The House will come to order. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Representative Lukens from House District 26.
Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Shebel, please call the roll.
Representatives Amabile, Armagast, Bacon, Byrd, Bockenfeld is excused, Basenecker, Bottoms, Bradfield, Bradley, Brown, Catlin, Clifford, Doherty, DeGraff, Degree Kennedy is excused. Duran. She's around. Majority Leader Duran. Right there. English.
I am here.
Epps. Representative Epps. Evans. Frizzell. Froelich. Garcia. Hamrick. Hartsook. Hernandez. Herod. Representative Herod.
Excused.
Holtorf. Judah. Rep. Judah.
Excused.
Joseph. Kipp. Leader. Lindsay. Linstead. Luck. Lukens. Lynch. Mabry. Marshall. Martinez.
Here.
Marvin. Morrow. McCormick. McLaughlin. Ortiz. Parenti. Puglisi. Ricks.
Present.
Rutinel. Representative Rutinel.
Excused.
Sirota. Snyder. Soper. Representative Soper. Story. Rep. Story.
Excused.
Taggart. Titone. Valdez A. Velasco. Vigil. Weinberg. Weissman. Wilford. Wilson. Winter. Woodrow. Representative Woodrow.
Excused.
Young. And Madam Speaker.
With 58 present, 7 excused, we do have a quorum. Representative Lukens.
Madam Speaker, I move the Journal of Tuesday, August 27th be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk.
Members, you've heard the motion that the journal be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Members, we have business to tend to this morning. I'll ask you all to take your seats. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move House Bill 1001 to the beginning of the third reading calendar.
At the request of the Majority Leader, House Bill 1001 will be moved to the beginning of the third reading calendar. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1001.
House Bill 1001 by Representatives McCluskey and Puglisi, also Senators Hansen and Kirkmeyer, concerning property tax.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1001 on third reading and final passage.
One moment. Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know that you are coming down with our third reading technical amendment that we will have to ask permission for. I do want to take this moment to acknowledge the great work of our drafter, Pierce Lively, to make sure that we are doing the good work for the people in a way that is responsible and correcting any errors that might be in there. And the Attorney General's office gave us a little bit of feedback on one section. And so to be compliant with Colorado law, we will make one technical change. And with that, Madam Speaker, should I ask for permission first? So with those changes, I would ask for a third reading amendment. Ask permission for a third reading amendment.
Members, the question before us is permission to bring a third reading amendment. Would you like to just briefly explain what it is, and then we'll vote? Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. Members, what you will see before you is an amendment that does a thorough cleanup on any technical issues that we found as reviewing the bill last night. One in particular that I want to point to is, and I am not finding it at the moment, there was some question about including the $1,000 floor limit that we have in Senate Bill 233 in this bill as well. We felt that that was important to include because we cannot assess property tax on a zero value property. That's considered an exemption. That is not what this bill is attempting to do. So we are looking for the floor of $1,000. Happy to walk through additional parts of this amendment if permission is granted.
Members, the question for us is to allow a third reading amendment. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ricks votes yes. Representative English, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative English votes yes. Representative Woodrow, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Woodrow votes no. Representative Martinez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Martinez votes yes. With 58 ayes, 3 no, I'm sorry. Please close the machine, sorry. With 58 ayes, 3 noes, and 4 excuse, the amendment will move forward. Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I move Amendment L052 to House Bill 1001 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Okay, the amendment is properly displayed to the amendment.
Thank you. Members, most of these changes are technical. There is movement in some of the language and reference throughout the bill. The section that I was talking about regarding the $1,000 is on pages 2 and 3, towards the bottom of page 2 and at the top of page 3, probably the most substantial piece of this amendment.
Madam Minority Leader.
Thank you. And for any of you who have sat on the Statutory Revision Committee, it is really great to be able to clean up before the bill is passed. And again, just really appreciate the drafter for bringing these to our attention so we could clean it up earlier rather than later. And we ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Is there any discussion on Amendment L52? Okay, seeing none. The question before us is the passage of Amendment L52. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ricks votes yes. Representative Martinez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Martinez votes yes. Representative Woodrow, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Woodrow votes no. Representative English, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative English votes yes. Representative Harrod, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Harrod votes yes. Okay, Mr. Schiebel, please close the machine. 57 ayes, 5 noes, 3 excuse. L52 passes. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1001 as amended.
Question before us is the passage of House Bill 1001 as amended. Yes. Is there any discussion? Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What? You mean
Committee, we will go into brief
like
recess.
Palestinian flags?
House will come back to order. Representative DeGraff.
My apologies for infringing with the Second Amendment with my first. All right, prioritize your priorities. Yesterday was all about fear-mongering about teachers and fire districts. Your children will suffer, your houses will burn. Why? Teachers and fire districts, you should know why you're left on the table till the last minute to be fought over. Because the citizens of Colorado, they value you. The administration does not. They value you for the leverage and the emotional appeal of extracting more of your tax dollars. Every single time. Potholes. How many times do you vote for your roads to be fixed? And then that money goes someplace else to pet projects like the train to nowhere, another train to nowhere. How many times do you vote for your schools to be fixed and then you look at the performance and it plummets? How many times do you look at bailing out, not bailing out, the fire districts are very well needed. That was misrepresented. And yet they don't have the resources too often to fund the fires. Colorado, you need to know that there is no appetite in the majority for reducing your taxes. If you own property, they think you need to pay more taxes because you are by definition rich. This deal that we're discussing, we are only discussing this deal today because ballot initiatives were brought forward that would be bigger cuts. We're only discussing a deal that will provide less property tax relief than what is on those ballot measures. Now, we can discuss the ballot measures all we want. They made their way to the ballot and the people can vote on those. But those will provide more tax relief than this will. That's why we're here, to give less tax relief than the majority is afraid will be happen if those go through. Now, yesterday, while I was obsessing over what the rep said from Colorado Springs, I will say that she made a very salient point, one which I've noted to my colleague from Grand Junction, in that the majority of your value of your taxation comes from your local government. The true value, the responsive value, comes from your local government. Now, yesterday we had a bill to create a hodgepodge and about, I don't know if I count all the borders, probably about 180 different constitutional districts. I think that will be a mess, but whatever. But this bill ultimately takes money out of local government when it's really the money that's being quite often, quite literally, pumped into a hole in the ground by this body. There was lamentations yesterday about being number 47 in property taxes. Why are we number 47? Well, it's probably because we used to pump money out of the ground in the form of hydrocarbons. Hydrocarbons are useful because you can extract the stored solar energy in those hydrocarbons, and they break down into water and carbon dioxide, both of which makes plants grow, both of which are your fundamental makeup. And then you call it pollution because your goal is to prop up the eco-raping green investors. The damage done by the green investors that are propped up, and so what do we have? We have less money that's being pumped into our schools literally out of a hole in the ground. Because you're climate gullible and you believe the nonsense that's pumped out by the media. Your carbon footprint is less than 1/2 of one drop in 20 Olympic-sized swimming pools full of drops. 2.5 million liters worth of drops. 50 million liters full of drops. Probably this entire room or more. And you're taking that money, and then you're throwing it away, and then you're telling the fire districts and you're telling the teachers that you can't pay them. And then you take the money that goes to students per capita, per year, $18,000. A per classroom would be $360,000. A teacher, $100,000 after all the benefits. And then you take and you amortize a room of about 1,000 square feet, and you get about $25,000 per year. That leaves about $235,000 per year, but we can't figure out how to pay the teachers more, even though the private schools do it for less than half. So teachers, it's not that the administration values you, the administration values you for the emotional manipulation that you bring to the table when we're in these budget talks to extract the last bit of blood from the turnip. During the last session, there was a notable absence of prioritization of these essential services. Otherwise, they wouldn't be at the last minute here. Again, we had probably over $100 million earmarked for carbon sequestration projects, literally pumping money into the ground. To address 1/3000th of 2 degrees Celsius would cost over $100 billion. Yet that is something, there was no indication that maybe we could cut that back. Maybe $5 billion for the second round of a train to nowhere that's already basically taken care of because we have the I-25 corridor. There was no, you know why that's not brought up? Nobody brings up and says, you know what, if we cut taxes, we're not going to be able to have that train for nowhere, because no one cares. No one cares if you say, well, we won't have buses because 2% of the population ride. Because a lot of people only ride because they have to, because they don't want to get on the mobile crack dens, the slow-moving traffic
Representative
jams.
DeGraff, we have given you latitude. Please stick to the bill without indictments of our systems or any of our members.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we need to have some priorities. And priorities don't wait until the last minute. These funds are channeled elsewhere. My other concern about this bill is that it is literally worth the paper it's written on. We've already seen there are proposals to change this and turn it into a progressive tax code monstrosity, probably already drafted into a bill. It is essential because the allegiance to that document is the highest. So anyways, back to the salient point of my colleague. Your primary value in taxation comes from the local government. It's the fire district, it's the ambulance districts, it's the water districts. And that was brought home, that we can't limit that money. We have a $40 billion budget, over $40 billion budget. It's not a shoestring. You can fund your priorities out of that if they're your priorities, and they're not. You take that $235 for schools, you should be able to find another way to pay another teacher or double the salary. But you don't. So anyways, getting to It occurred to me, and I mentioned it yesterday, that what we're talking about, if we round some of it down, the state could actually take up some of the lift on this, because we're talking about $1.6 billion. The state could take some of the lift on this if we just reduced our spending by 1 part in 40.
Representative DeGraff, you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you, Madam Chair. 1 part in 40, 2.5%. That's all you have to do. And if you break that down, 4 million taxpayers, it would come out to be about $250 per taxpayer. It's not going to be a huge amount, but it puts that money back into the economy and takes it out of this room, and in the economy, it's useful. In this room, it's wasted. So what I would like to do, I would like to request a third reading amendment to propose L053 to HB 1001, and ask that I can present a way for you to help to take the onus off the local governments and put it in the State House where it belongs.
Okay. There's a question before us to approve of a third reading amendment.
Can I support it? Or are you talking about something else?
The question before us is the approval of a third reading amendment. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative English, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative English votes yes. Representative Woodrow, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Woodrow votes no. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ricks votes no. Representative Martinez, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Martinez votes no. Representatives Clifford and Valdez. Representative Valdez is excused.
Huh?
Mr. Schiebel, please close the machine. With 18 ayes, 44 noes, and 3 excused, permission has failed and been denied. To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I only have about 30 seconds left. So yeah, of course we knew that was going to fail. What I wanted to do is I wanted to point out your priorities once again, and your priorities are state spending on money pumped into holes in the ground, not helping out the local governments, not propping up the fire districts, not giving the teachers the raises that they need. Your priorities are sucking money out of the Colorado taxpayer. The Colorado
Representative DeGraff,
taxpayers
your
feel
time
like
has
turnips.
expired.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Colorado.
Is there further discussion on House Bill 10001? Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. There we go, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I rise just to put a couple of things on the record for my district, and the first of those is I support this bill. I have received a ton of outreach from my taxpayers, from my residents, from the voters of this district who are begging for property tax relief, who have told me story after story after story of property taxes going up 20%, 40%, 60%, 80%, and how critically important it is, particularly for those folks that are on fixed incomes or lower income, to be able to have some property tax relief. So I will always support property tax relief, and so I rise in strong support of this bill. I do want to put a couple of things on record from some of the local governments that are in my district that I represent. Had a long conversation with one of my county assessors. You all know that the energy sector is big up in my district, and I asked, point blank, how much money has been lost going back into local governments because of the downsizing of the energy sector. And the answer that I got, this isn't valuation of property, this isn't some other soft number, this is the hard number of dollars that have been lost this last year going back into local governments in the district, and it's about $400 million. Hard money that is not going back into local governments in my district because of the downsizing of the energy sector. And so with that in mind, that was how I started that conversation with a lot of my fire chiefs. We all know that that's kind of been a sticking point here. And what they straight up told me was, yes, we've lost about 30% of our revenue on average because of the lost revenue from the downsizing energy sector. They also said, and this was the exact quote, you probably wouldn't hear a peep from us about the bill that we're debating right now if they had not already taken that 30% loss. If they were able to maintain their energy sector revenue, their property taxes, they said you wouldn't have heard a peep from us. It's only on top of an existing 30% loss that now they're starting to try to figure out how do we truly make ends meet here. It's not just my fire departments, it's my school districts too. The school district where I live, not a huge school district. 3 elementary schools, 1 middle, 1 high school. They've lost $1 million this year in revenue that was coming from the energy sector, except as we all know, the energy sector is downsizing, we'll call it here in Colorado. One of the other things that one of my fire chiefs asked me to just briefly discuss was he took this issue to the voters a couple of years ago, got voter approval for a mill levy increase, and now he's got to go back to the voters. I realize we've had some conversations around how to smooth this. We've had the rollover piece in this bill to help make sure that there's not lost revenue, but I got to speak for my district and make sure that's on the record. One of the other things that I want to make sure we don't lose sight of is, again, energy sector. That money is designed, the way the tax structure around that is designed is to go back to local communities, go back to local governments. At the state level, we call that the severance tax fund. I just want to make sure we all remember that this body took $69 million from the severance tax fund earlier this year to balance our state budget, and that is now $69 million that can't go back to local governments. Again, that money being produced by our energy sector, which continues to face ever-increasing regulations. So I support the bill. I'm going to vote for the bill because I am going to always vote for property tax relief, but I needed to make sure those other things were on the record for my district. Thanks.
Thank you. Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair. All too often I come up here to the well to say things, and I get back to my seat and it's, well, I coulda, shoulda, woulda have said something better, more articulate. And I find that I am articulate when I write it down. So these are my words on this bill. I will be voting yes on this bill because, as you know, over the last few years, we've seen property taxes rise higher and higher, and it's been a heavy burden. Families, seniors, small business owners, good, hardworking people are feeling the weight of it. This bill is finally a step in the right direction. It gives relief that is not quick, but also sustainable for the future. And it does it while making sure our local governments are still supported. It's about making sure people aren't taxed right out of their homes. I want to take a moment to recognize the efforts of the House sponsors of this bill, Minority Leader Puglisi and Speaker McCluskey. Their dedication to finding common ground and delivering real solutions has made this bill possible. For my district, part of El Paso County, this bill will make a real difference. It provides relief to homeowners who have seen their property taxes rise year after year. It ensures that our seniors, who have given so much to our community, can continue to live in their homes with dignity, even if they are on a fixed income. And it supports small business, the backbone of our community, by easing the tax burden they face. While this bill represents significant progress, our work is not done. We must continue to look for ways to improve our property tax system and ensure that it remains fair and balanced. But today, we can take pride in the fact that we're taking an important step forward. By voting yes on this bill, we are sending a clear message to the people of Colorado. We hear you, we understand you, and we understand the challenges you're facing. Today, we can make a difference. We can make a difference for the people of Colorado, and we can make a difference for the future of the state. I urge all of us to vote yes on this bill. Thank you.
There we go. Representative Hartsook.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. So here we are, the waning days of August. Summer's coming to a close. I'd like to go back to the beginning of the 23-24 session. I have a brilliant colleague that I have served with in finance, and I will miss losing her as she goes to the Senate. In the early portion of 23, she brought a bill that she sponsored and I co-sponsored to put a freeze on property taxes and to kind of take a step back and see where we're at. And that was defeated in committee. We were told because there was a better solution on hand. Well, that solution ended up being Proposition HH, which was defeated by the people. Then we came in 24, and we debated again in this chamber and didn't quite get an answer. And so now we're back here towards the end of August in 2024 to have this debate. Now what is interesting is over that time frame, there's been a great amount of discussion, both bipartisan and partisan discussions. There have been people that have run ballot measures that have gone out there and talked to the folks. I have been door to door during the primary and now going into the general, and I've heard from people sitting at their doorsteps, as you've heard earlier today, that they are concerned, especially when they're on fixed incomes, that how are they going to pay their property taxes? Are they going to lose their homes? I have gotten countless emails. I can't do the cowboy math, whether even if I took my shoes off, but it's a lot of people, a lot. And I would assume it's very similar in everyone else's district. People across the state, no matter where you're at, are concerned about rising property taxes. Even if you can afford the property taxes, it doesn't make it necessarily correct. And those that are very tightly bound by fixed incomes, where it's not kept pace with inflation, and that would be a whole nother discussion, are absolutely hurting. So we're now at this 4 times. The start of the 23 session, the special session last year, 24 session, and now number 4. Good thing we're not in baseball, because usually in baseball, 3 strikes and you are out. And we would all be thrown out of office. And we'll see what happens come November. But the people have been demanding we take action. And so we come here and we have debates, we have discussions, we go through all kinds of deals, arguments, outright fights, accusations, and in the end, we end up with a piece of thing called legislation. Not everybody's happy with it. Not everybody loves it. Some people outright hate it. It's kind of what we do here. Most every group has had to give up something somewhere so others can survive. That's kind of the point of negotiations and compromise. No one ever gets everything they want. Our side, sitting in the minority, certainly doesn't get that. But yet we come to the table and we argue very vehemently for our constituents. Our minority leader has argued that from the get-go, as has every person before her. That's what gets us where we're at. Now, whether the executive branch gets involved and everyone else has discussions, that's the art of negotiations. That's how we do things. We might not like it, we might not agree with it, but in the end, that's what we end up with. Because the alternative, which I have witnessed personally, is not very pleasant. And I do not support that alternative, and I never want to see us go there. So I hope as we go through this, when we come back next session, we can do some better things. We can address previous failures. We can look at where we've fallen short as a body and try to do better. None of us have achieved everything we wanted here. It's probably not necessarily a bad thing, because if somebody gets their way completely, then that usually involves being a dictatorship, and I don't think that's where we should be. I will be supporting the bill. I would encourage you to do so as the same. And then when we come back next year, we will live and we will debate and argue about it again. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. So I want to tell a much bigger story, and let me preface it by this, so there's no confusion. I actually think this is a good bill. I know that that's surprising because of some of the statements I've made, but I do think this is a good bill. But there's a reason why I've been standing against it, and I was waiting in committee. I haven't heard anything. I was waiting yesterday. I really didn't talk very much yesterday, and I'm waiting for what's the truth behind this to come out, and it hasn't. And so I'm going to try to help with this. Here's the narrative so far, right? A bunch of rich people proposed 108 and 50. That puts the governor in pressure. So he has to do something. So he comes to the Dems and the Republicans and say, we need to do something. We can't let 108 and 50 go through. And so then we come up with this bill. And again, I think it's a good bill, but here's my problem, here's the actual real story. And I know a few people in this room know this, but I really think that most people in this room do not know what I'm about to say. And so I want to tell a story. There's this group that says we're going to have ballot initiative 108 and 50. Let's call them Group A. Then you have another group that is the governor's office. Let's call them Group G. And this is what it looks like, is there's pressure between these two groups. But what most people don't know is that's not actually the story. Back up a long time ago, before 108 and 50 existed, and this is why this came into being, is there is another group, and let's call this group Group O. And Group A and Group O made an agreement together to do something within our state to make millions and millions of dollars. To do that, they're going to need a couple of people on board with them. One is they have to do two things. They have to put what looks like pressure on the governor's office so that the governor's office has cover, because the governor's office knows this deal's going down, but it's going to look bad. And so the governor says, I need some help here. So how are we going to do this? We're going to bring this property tax issue to the table, so that puts pressure on the governor. He has to do something. But really, the pressure is not property tax. Guys, you may believe this or not, but everything we're doing here today has nothing to do with property tax. 108 and 50 have nothing to do with property tax. Nobody intended 108 and 50 to come to the ballot. Nobody. But you've got this deal between A and O, and they have to make sure that something puts pressure on the governor so that he can come into this without looking bad. And so that's actually what's happened. So here becomes the narrative. We go to the Democrats and say, Group A goes to the Democrats and says, guys, this thing is going to pass, you better stop it. Then Group A goes to the Republicans and says, this thing's probably not going to go through. You need to do a deal with the Democrats to get property tax, okay? And I am not saying that the two people that brought this bill know this is happening. I am not saying that. I actually don't think they do. But the deal is actually A and O are making millions and millions of dollars, but they need this whole scam, this whole fake thing called property tax to go through. The governor is not worried about the Dems and the Republicans, and here's where my partisanship comes in. The Dems are always going to use the world is falling apart, catastrophic failure of every single thing if we don't do that. And the reason the Dems always do that is because the Republicans always buy it. That's the reality. We listen to it and we will cave and we will vote or we will do whatever. But that's not actually the story here. You've got other deals going down in our state that are making millions and millions of dollars, and this is just a little 3-4 day sham to cover up that bigger deal. The governor is also not worried about the media because the media will never investigate this stuff, ever investigate this stuff. You can think I'm crazy about this, but guys, I know this is happening. I know this is happening, and this is why I'm standing against this. I would really like to see 108 and 50 go to the ballot, but it was never intended to, ever. And so this is the scam. We're all being played. We're being played against each other because everybody that's playing us knows our narratives, knows what we're going to do, and nobody's going to actually look to the root of this, but this is what's going on. And guys, I know there are people in this room that know this because I know who they are. And here's the reality. Believe me or not, but this is why I'm voting against this. Not because it's not a good bill. It actually is. In fact, I think it's better than a ballot initiative 108 because I don't like backfills. I know that makes me a horrible guy, but I hate backfills. I don't think education and fire department and all this stuff need to get more money after they get raises every single year, more. So that's why I'm against the bigger picture. But the reason I'm against this bill is because the entire thing is a lie, and we're all being played. Investigate it yourself and see if I'm telling the truth, because I just told you the actual story.
Thank you. Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. To my good colleague from El Paso County, I wish you would have filled in some of the A's and O's, or X's and O's. To the media, I know you're listening. Go figure out who the A's and the O's are. Colorado wants to know. I'm not going to debate the fact that there are larger forces behind the scenes trying to manipulate and move public policy to make it suit their desires and needs. Guess what? That's normal. In a republic, that's nothing new. It's millennia old. It is our job here to try to work for the citizens in this House chamber because we are purported to be closest to the citizens. It is our job to try to get solutions, be them short-term or interim solutions, to support the citizenry and then also work, in this case, through the nuances of the double-edged sword that pits tax-paying citizens and these rising taxes that they have the burden to bear with the demands and needs that the municipalities, special districts, and the counties desire. I'm not going to go into the speech about tightening your belt, and even though one of my colleagues wanted me to talk more about the cattle business and tie it back to property tax, I have a few more important things to say. Although I could do that if I'd give another 10 minutes, but they won't allow that under the rules.
Can move it
Unless
along.
the speaker has some latitude, which we'll negotiate later. I do want to say that if this deal doesn't pass, property taxes will continue to skyrocket and go up, and the burden will be borne by the taxpayers. Many of us here are taxpayers. Many of our children are taxpayers. And they have this burden, particularly if they're in their 20s and early 30s. All of my daughters are in that category. And it's harder to start your life in the America that we live in today than it was 25, 30 years ago. Much harder. If it doesn't pass, there'll be a multi-million-dollar campaign. Campaigns on both sides, for the initiative and against the initiatives. And these A's and O's will pit against each other. And they will try to play in the minds of, in the media of the voters. We have a chance to save Colorado from all that anguish, angst, and expense today. This legislation doesn't solve the problem. It does not guarantee positive outcomes for the tax relief our constituents are demanding. It won't go far enough. The problem is too big. But it will do something. If our communities rely on us to deliver real solutions, this is a partial solution. I've even quantifiably heard it as the 80% solution. I would question that optimism, but it is something. Something that my future son-in-law and my daughter, as we spoke over dinner the other night, when they said, our property tax down here in Roxborough Park, and the good representative from Roxborough Park, I don't know, there she is sitting in my chair back there, and that's fine. I hope she listens. I hope she listens. Our property tax went up 40%. And these people are in their early to late 20s trying to start their lives. And it hurts. It hurts them. It hurts their budgets. I told both of them, well, one of you better not lose your job. One of you better not quit your job, because if one of you do, you're losing this house. And you don't want to come back and live with Daddy. I'm pretty sure. So that's the conundrum. Now, the fact is that Democrats and Republicans have sat around the table. They have tried to work in a manner that we rarely see. Because let's be honest, most of the time it's one-sided. And you say, hey, take it or leave it. Or we'll throw you a scrap or a bone, and if we'll give you a little something, and then if we give you a little something, then we'll get along, right? And my good colleague from El Paso County is not wrong. Oftentimes we'll take that scrap or that bone and we'll grab it, and we'll wag our tails, and we'll go back and chew on it. But right now, today, we've worked hard, and we've tried to put the citizens first, and I have begged and pleaded that we push back against the special interests. And I implore my colleagues on the Democrat side and the Republican side, as they're out there like sharks swimming, trying to get our attention and make us and influence us to do things for their special interests, that we always put the citizens first and push back against those people if it hurts our people. And our people are people that live in our communities. And the big A and the big O in the sky that we spoke of here earlier, they get put on a sideline because people come first. People come before that politics. Please do that. Now, inflation, tax increases, and so many other factors, cost of energy, cost of living, are making living in Colorado unbearable. A lot of good citizens are leaving this state. Yes, there is a flee from California. We don't want the flee from Colorado to be part of, and that's FLEE, not FLEA. Okay, just for the record. So there is a flee. People are leaving California. Do we want Colorado to be the next state where we have this departure of good people? It's already happened in rural Colorado. The attack on by the animal rights activists and others against our industry, and the cattle industry specifically, and production industry and animal agriculture, has caused many good people to leave this state. It's not okay. We don't want people to leave. We want to give people a reason to want to stay in Colorado. So by passing this, I think we will give incremental tax relief that will help those people consider staying more than they will consider leaving. And that's all people. If you want to talk about equity, be fair to everybody. Let everybody have the opportunity to choose to stay in Colorado and not leave, be it for economic reasons or political reasons, if you really believe that, if you really believe that mantra. Now, citizens are experiencing this increase in property taxes, and truly it is unbearable, particularly for young people and low-income people. But more importantly, it's causing senior citizens to have to sell their homes and consider moving into other living situations or moving to other states because they can't afford the property taxes on their fixed incomes. That's your grandmothers. That's your grandfathers. Those are your relatives. Some of you can speak to that. Some of you know of this. Maybe you don't have the fortune of those relatives still being alive. But those of us that do see it in real time. This will help to some degree so those senior citizens can stay in their homes. Because most senior citizens want to stay in their homes as long as possible. And I think they've earned that right if we can provide it. Because what is the American dream? Owning your own home. They say it's your biggest asset. It will build the largest amount of equity of anything in most cases in your lives over time. And of course, that's part of the problem. The inflation of home construction, the inflation of home value is a double-edged sword in and of itself. But it's even worse than that, because if you do sell that home, then you have capital gains tax to pay. So then the knife cuts again. The property tax knife's cutting you here, and then you got the capital gains tax. So that's why I argue for less taxation to my colleagues over here on this side. Think about taxation.
Representative Holtorf, you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you for the 10-minute extension. I appreciate that, ma'am. I'm just kidding.
You will hear a gavel.
I eagerly await it, ma'am. I would expect nothing less. So for those legislators who choose to leave our citizens behind, I guess you can vote against this bill. But I want to make it clear, the struggles of our constituents in Colorado is real, and let's prioritize that. And let us not fail the people in this critical moment to give them marginal tax relief. And the Speaker Pro Tem went.
Thank you. Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. Forget how high he gets this thing up, and I'm tall. I just wanted to kind of cover or go over some things that were discussed over the last couple days on A, why we're here, but B, why we're picking one thing over the other as far as the ballot measures go versus the bills that are in front of us. And I think the biggest thing to focus on is what's been said over and over again, what got us here, what got us to this point. And the fact that we're having to decide between different directions of where we're going to take this. And I think what we do, we get pretty wrapped up in a business during session. And I think a lot of us in this room forget that we are a government of the people, not for the people. We get ahead of ourselves by governing the people rather than remembering that we work for our constituents. Everyone in here votes differently because they are voting, hopefully, for their constituents. I know I do, for one. Everyone in here undoubtedly has gotten countless emails and phone calls regarding how their people are going to be affected, or entities are going to be affected by whichever measure comes out of this special session, or whether or not this special session even happened. And I think a troubling part is we got away from the fact that we had something that was going to go to the ballot. However, we did have a commission that was assembled for this reason, to come up with a fix, and it did. And we had different fixes throughout, again, last session and this session, and here we are again in another special session. So to be able to decide on something that has been formulated, I think to the best that it can be coming out of this chamber, I look forward to seeing that move further. Unfortunately, when we do see things go on the ballot, if it's not a favorite thing that goes on the ballot, sometimes those things are convoluted and otherwise confusing to the voters when it's in the blue book. I, for one, sitting on Ledge Council, know how that verbiage is put together and how confusing and convoluted it can seem. So I understand the frustration of the voters when stuff like that does go on the ballot and not understanding the good and the bad. The good thing is we were able to come here and convene and talk about the good and the bad on this. And I understand that there's no perfect fix. There are entities, there are individuals that are going to be affected negatively coming out of this. Nobody's going to be affected positively very quickly with any of the results that are going to come out of this. But of those entities, I know I'm personally committed to, and that being public safety with our fire, our EMS, and our law enforcement. And while I don't think there's a reason to make it a fear-mongering thing, I don't do that. The thing that I see it is a challenge. As a former firefighter, as a former law enforcement officer, I've seen those challenges. Our fire department had to go into a mill levy to be able to get their funding the way they needed to be funded and the way they needed to be able to maintain. There are other sources of revenue that we can work toward in making those fixes. I ran a bill this last session to do just that for fire departments. For those rural fire departments that aren't able to get money from property taxes. So there are other means and other directions we can go to get the revenue that those affected negatively can get otherwise. So while this isn't the perfect fix, I do see it as a fix that is going to alleviate some of the horrible situations that people are in our economy and the way Colorado is based on what we do in this chamber. The money that we cost the state and coming out of this chamber in every session is putting people in these situations where they have to have immediate relief. Touring our Weld County Food Bank, saw the same thing. People are struggling. The uptick in people needing sustenance and assistance just to be able to put food on the table is unbelievable. So we have to be able to take a step in helping our citizens, all of us included. We are citizen servants, so we all feel this sting just the same as our constituents do, and we need to realize that that sting is getting resoundingly worse every year that we reconvene. So we need to provide those bits of relief however we can. And I see that this special session, everything that will hopefully come out of this can be some sort of a relief of that sting, however fragmented it might be. So I do support this legislation, and I hope other people do too, just for the fact that we have to do something for the people since we are a government of the people, and I encourage the same for everyone else. Thank you.
Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. As you all have heard ad nauseum and are so tired of hearing, I'm sure, I do come back with a background in property valuation and assessment through my several roles in the Douglas County Assessor's Office. And so I'm no stranger to having the question posed, where are my taxes going? What are you doing with them? When I write the check to the county treasurer, what happens? And we've discussed really in depth, actually, over the last few days. It's a really simple question, but a very, very complicated answer. So I don't know if you've been paying attention to the tax bills in your district, but you'll know, if you have, that local government, the revenue for all the different local governments has not gone up by the same percentage. So the school district's increase may be 1%. The fire protection district maybe have gone up by another percentage. The county has gone up by a different percentage. And there's a couple of different reasons for that. Some districts are still subject to Tabor revenue limitations. So in Douglas County, I look at the Highlands Ranch Metropolitan District, which has consistently lowered their mill levy. It's ratcheted down and down and down because they are subject to Tabor revenue limitations. And as property values in Highlands Ranch have increased, their share that they can take continues to essentially remain the same, with a few exceptions. They can increase it by the amount of inflation, for example. So their revenue hasn't changed that much. But then there are other districts that have exempted themselves, and they've done that through a couple of different mechanisms. They've said, we don't want to be subject to Tabor revenue limitations, and some of those districts have seen exorbitant growth in their revenue. Some of those districts that they call it debrucing or exempted themselves from revenue limitations actually did the right thing and they lowered their mill levies. So maybe they saw some increase, but not as much as they could have taken. So it's all over the place. And so that's the complicated answer to a simple question. But that question is exactly why we're here. Where are my taxes going? And also, why are they going up so much? You know, last May when we were here in the well, Representative DeGree Kennedy and I were here talking to you about this very same topic. I spoke about the difference between running a ballot initiative and formulating policy. And they are very, very, very different things. We have responsibility in this building. We have great responsibility to weigh all the possibilities and all the outcomes. Sometimes that's really hard. That's why this conversation is so difficult. Candidly, I think while it is an onerous process to put an initiative before the title board, the responsibility is not the same. So thank you for being here and taking the responsibility to do the right things for the citizens of Colorado. We have talked a lot about the relationship between housing availability, property taxes, and what I would term a statewide affordability crisis. This is outside the scope of our conversation today, but since I'm here yammering at you, I would ask, and I'm going to double down again, let's get serious about housing. And I'm not talking about more and more apartments. There are already hundreds of projects in the pipeline all over the state. Let's work on promoting entry-level housing so those waiting in line can afford to buy a home. That in and of itself will increase the supply of available rental housing. Let's get serious about construction defect legislation and do something in this next session. We owe it to our citizens to get serious about this. We also owe it to our citizens to find the intestinal fortitude to say no to special interests who are making that conversation very difficult. We've talked a lot over the last couple of days about government services and spending. How do we reconcile the need for services, paying for them, and holding local governments accountable? If a local government needs more money to provide services, then they should ask their citizens. I asked this question, I've asked it over and over again. What prohibits you from going to the ballot to ask for additional funds? And I've had two answers. One is it's expensive to go to the ballot, and two, there's a risk that your citizens say no. But I would pose to you that it is much more important to ask the citizens what to do with their money, because it's their money, than to just sit back and keep it. I am not saying that we should underfund emergency services. I am not saying that we should underfund anybody for anything. But we, the citizens, need to make sure that we are asking the question. One of the most important things for me in Senate Bill 233 was that Representative DeGree Kennedy and I worked and stakeholdered for hours and hours and hours with local governments on the topic of backfill and caps. And we ensured that there was no backfill aside from that set aside for local governments that were truly going negative in their revenue because of the bill. But we took that out and we got them to agree. And I am so grateful. I have to stand here and say how grateful I am that backfill is not included in this bill either. I am very proud of the stakeholding that you all were able to do, and thank you for your efforts on that. I'm also very grateful for the concessions that were made with respect to property classifications and ensuring that non-residential property is essentially treated the same. We have also talked over the last few days about a stated desire to create a progressive tax structure for property taxes. I would ask that we not ever assume what our citizens can afford to pay. We don't know. We sitting here in this room, we don't know what they can afford. And the size of their house or the value of their house truly does not always dictate that. In fact, quite the opposite in today's day and age. And as part of that conversation, we have to make sure that we're asking our citizens, what do they really want?
Apologies, Representative Frizzell, you have less than a minute remaining.
Thank you so much. Who knew I could talk so long? We need to make sure we understand what our citizens really want versus what special interests and ideology are promulgating. The idea that people should be penalized for owning more than one property is completely contrary to property rights and free market principles. This bill is sound policy. I urge your aye vote. I worry that it doesn't go far enough. And none of the policy that we've discussed has acknowledged the economic diversity in our state. We still may have some work to do, but we are here to do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you.
Thank you, ma'am. Members, this is a hard spot to be in, probably for more than just me. Yes, I'd like to cut taxes in my district and in the districts that join me. Are we taking an axe to it? Well, some of these things might be. Or do we come to the building and we say, all right, we started the conversation with certainty. I think that was one of the first things that I heard, was that this is an attempt to put certainty into the tax field in Colorado. You know, I'm kind of a minimal risk person, so certainty is attractive to me. You know, the other thing that I'm hearing in my district and in the campaigns is people are saying to me, Mark, we really want bipartisanship. Okay, we don't say that enough, so it gets tied up in my mouth. But I do think there is a feeling in the state and on the Western Slope, I'll speak to them, that they're wanting some of that. They want to be able to see that. They want to be able to feel that. And I agree. You know, because we sometimes don't do a good job of demonstrating that with some of the things we've done. But bills all have two-party sponsors and those kind of things. But we don't talk about that very much, so we don't let our voters realize we're doing that. Well, this one is high profile, and it is bipartisan. That's part of the thing that makes it attractive. You know, if you're in the public sphere, I feel like I need to trust the public's decisions. I've certainly trusted them when I got elected. thought they made the right choice. So when we put things on the ballot, we think, okay, we're going to let the public decide. But immediately, the industry of elections starts to show its head. Well, we'll pour this much money into that one and this much money into the other one, and all of a sudden, business thrives. And people stop you in the restaurant and say, which one of these is the right way to go? Because we don't educate people, we just sell them. And I think that's one of the things that happens with me. I'm a good box of Post Toasties, so they put advertisements around it. People buy this box of Post Toasties. Sometimes it feels like that. So today, I'm here to try and speak to the people that are confused as to what's just happened, what are we going to do, how are we going to do it. So I want to say that there are significant measures to reduce property taxes in this bill that will provide immediate financial relief to taxpayers. You don't have to wait to find out what's going to happen. There are provisions to enhance transparency and accountability in property tax assessments, ensuring that the process is fair and consistent. People are asking, all I want is some transparency. Show me how that was done. Show me why that was done. I think this bill does some of that, helps move the ball forward to show we are talking about transparency and accountability. You know, we took action at the end of last session with 233 to, I think, save 1 point something billion. You know, we passed that around like, 1 point something, you know. That's, that point something is worth all of the farms that joined me in Montrose County. But we just kind of pass it off. But this one, we are actually saying to save Colorado taxpayers $1.6 billion. When we go home, that's one of the things I'm going to say, is I know we did that. Certainty on my part. Because they send me up here because they trust me enough to send me. Which means I get here and I'm supposed to do the very best job that I can for them. And all of you are doing the same thing. I think one of the things that I really want to talk about, and then I'll wrap it up, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I like the idea that we're going to give our counties, for local governments, a more predictable revenue stream that will allow them to plan and to budget more effectively. You know, I'm sure that they feel like they're on the roller coaster that I'm on. You know, hey, we're going to do good. Whoa, we're doing bad. Oh, watch out, we don't have the money. Yeah, we got the money. And all of a sudden, it's very hard to plan for that community. And it's very hard to budget. It's almost like being a farmer, I think. Good years, I got some money to budget, think I'm going to have some to spend on next year's crop. If that crop doesn't make, oh, now I've got a budget that I've got to try and figure out what am I going to do to get us through next year's harvest. You know, I suppose it's one of those things that we all deal with. But in government, if we can try to level off the highs, the lows, then we can start to make decisions for where we want to go in an organized fashion. This is year one of a project that's going to take 5 years. This is what we want to put in it in those 5 years. I think that's an advantage for our citizens. I think that's something that I know that if I were in that side of local government, rather than being a citizen, I would appreciate that. And I do want to commend the folks that have tried to put this in front of us. I know that it's a hard job. I know that it's really a hard job when it's a small window of time with all those different constituencies wanting your attention, wanting even my attention. I can imagine that was quite a heavy lift. But today I'm going to be a yes on House Bill 1001. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Bradley? No? Okay. Representative Vigil.
Thank you, Madam Assistant Majority Leader or Speaker Pro Tem, whatever we call you today. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you, my friend.
Colleagues, I really love this job. I just want to say that up front. I feel extremely privileged every time I come into this building and participate in the grand experiment of representative governance. I'm happy to do it because I recognize that I had some life experiences that are incredibly common throughout the population, quite rare in decision-making spaces. So I drew up a chair, and I am happy to come here anytime we have a chance to do the people's business. But this bill isn't that. We're here doing this for this special session because a decision was made to negotiate with oligarchs. This is a very, very small number of unelected, unaccountable individuals with extremely deep pockets. They have boundless capacity to pay for petition circulation, produce survey data, run focus groups, all of the things that regular human beings in this state who we represent usually cannot do because they're too busy juggling all the jobs they have to work in this second Gilded Age that we're living in. So unlike elected officials, these big money groups don't operate under public scrutiny or accountability. That is the problem here. I don't resent them for their money. I'm not mad that they have money. It's that it allows them a special audience with the administration that constituents, please hear me on this, your elected representative could never hope to get. This is a deal that was drafted and stakeholded in a back room by people who will never have to answer to you for the outcomes. This is not something, this group that's behind this is not something they're out doing in red majority states and Republican governed states, where actually property taxes are often much higher than what we're paying here. They're doing it in a state where the people have elected a government that's starting to work better for working families. These ballot measures are not the result of some grassroots uprising. Billionaires and corporate CEOs wanted it. They had a whole marketing plan very similar to the way they sell us everything else in this high-tech age. They sent out their paid circulators to get people to sign off on it. And I think something that was really clever that I have to respect the hustle. They put a lot of these circulators right outside the grocery store, which means they caught a lot of working families in Colorado right after the moment that their wallet got hit by corporate greed at the checkout. Because that's where all your money is going, Colorado. Bloated profits for big business. That's the squeeze. Rising profits account for over half of the increase in grocery prices, not taxes. The price increases would be quite modest if they were just keeping up with overhead costs, but we know that they aren't because the data is there. And in those moments, a lot of stressed out families heard a nice sounding deal. Finally, a discount on one of their bills. A deal that all the major manufacturers and retailers could give them if they wanted to, but that's not their MO, because that's not how for-profit business works. So we're gonna tell our fire departments to tighten their belts, but fat cats on Wall Street will just keep expanding. I'm sorry, that's not a fat-shaming remark. I'm recognizing that imagery now that I've said it out loud. So I wanna be clear, the oligarchs behind all of this, they are the exact same elite that will pay you as little as possible for your labor and charge you as much as they can on the consumer end. That is the squeeze that Coloradans are under, and I think that's illustrated perfectly by an old political cartoon from the first Gilded Age, which I've mentioned here before. I encourage you to look it up because I cannot provide you with an image. It's called The Condition of the Working Man at Pullman. People just getting ground between two plates. One of them is rising rent and the other is suppressed or lowering wages. The budget of this state grows as much as Tabor allows. That's the deal. I mean, we keep hearing this, $42 billion, y'all, that's less than 10% of our state's total GDP. It's not huge. But when it comes to the ever-increasing profits of big business, there is no limit, there is no cap. You can't vote to put a stop to it. We barely enforce labor laws in this country. Consumer protection is well behind the curve. That's where your money is going, Colorado. I just want to be clear about this. It's going to oligarchs. It's not coming to your government so that you can get more public services. So I know we're here to talk about property taxes. We're going to do even a little more austerity than we were muscled into in the regular session. But the real problem here is that over the last 20 years, we have seen a $50 trillion transfer of wealth from the bottom 90% to the top 1%. That is not theory. It's not about ideology. It's just the math. And it's a more extreme disparity of wealth and income than we had before the Great Depression, leading up to the Great Depression. There's a great RAND paper you can look up by economists Catherine Edwards and Carter Price if you want to read it for yourself. Catherine Edwards is actually very accessible. I recommend her Substack and TikToks and whatnot, very informative. If you think that flow of cash is correct, you are certainly entitled to that opinion, but that is in fact what's happening. That's where it's going. We don't have a scarcity problem where we're fighting over these crumbs. There's more than enough to go around, but there will never be enough to satisfy the rich. They have more than they'll be able to spend in 1,000 lifetimes. They're still not happy with it, and they want us to fight over what's left. So I want to be crystal clear about why I will be a no on this bill. More than anything, it's because I know who I work for. I know who sent me here. It's not the administration. It's not the lobby. With all respect to leadership, it's not my party. I sure as heck don't work for Michael Fields. I will regretfully be a no today.
Thank you. And also, folks, let's try to keep it to the bill without naming people in particular per consistency. Okay? Representative Bradley.
Pro Tem. Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. Speaker Pro Tem. I'm out of practice. Wow, that's a hard one to follow. Yowzas. I think we should prioritize our priorities. I'm going to try not to be too wound up at the well. I think we all agree teachers deserve to be paid more. I think schools deserve to be secure and safe and upgraded. I think kids deserve safe transportation to and from school. I think fire districts deserve funding that give them every opportunity to keep the public safe, to decrease their wait times and to provide services to their districts. So why aren't we prioritizing that, you guys? There's 65 of us in here. Why are we waiting until special session to do that? We have the ability. 705 bills we legislated this past session. Why did we not prioritize that? I'm literally asking. We have the ability. We have a bill, and there's stipulation. I know we have state funding and I know we have federal funding. Both of those come into the play when it comes to paying for schools. I'm not gonna argue about tit for tat about funding. We have billions of dollars in this state. We can afford to pay teachers more. They deserve to be paid more. The fire districts deserve more. We can't wait till the end for them to beg us to pay them more. The Republican caucus has brought several great bills to provide long-term property tax relief to have all of their bills killed. Special session, regular legislative session. We promised the people of Colorado when Gallagher was repealed 4 years ago that we would provide them with tax relief. And 4 years later, here we are again still trying to figure it out. And that, my friends, is not because of Republicans. You have held a Democrat majority in this state for year after year. So I will not be told that that is because of my caucus. Come to the table and provide Coloradans with real long-term relief. And if we're going to talk, I was not going to add this about special interests and dark money, we should all take a long, hard look in the mirror, because you're not exempt from that special interest in dark money. Again, tracer reports are all over and open for the public to view. The Democrats have the ability to raise millions of dollars. It's well known that y'all outraise the Republicans 10 to 1. So if we want to go there, let's go there. I would love to cut taxes for the people in my district too. We had chance after chance, and like the good representative from Montrose said, certainty is definitely attractive to me too. But my constituents feel cheated, not by oligarchs and this backhanded deals and the rich just want to get richer. And I've worked hard for my house. I've worked hard. I lived in a one-bedroom apartment. I ate ramen noodles every night. I've worked hard to get where I've gotten. I'm not going to have anyone take that away from me. They feel like this deal was brokered without them being brought to the table, without transparency. And I want to thank the bill sponsors. I think that you guys worked really hard on this bill, and I commend you. I commend you for taking the daggers from everyone and your phones being blown up and saying that you had backhanded deals and no transparency and the rumors that have circulated. But I will tell you, coming from me, that the reason I can't support what I think is a pretty good bill is because 200,000 people decided to write their names down, and we took them out of this deal. And as Republicans, we often say, we don't get a say, and we weren't brought to the table. And 200,000 people, I feel, were not brought to the table. It's the process that I'm having a hard time with this bill. We talk all the time about not having the seat, and we've taken the seat from those people that decided to write their name down knowing that a deal was going to be brought to represent them. And instead, 2/3 of that was brought for them. And I have to say that I don't know if I trust what's in this bill and what will happen down the road, especially with some of the amendments added on. I don't trust what happens in this body. And I think the people of Colorado don't trust what happens in this body. I'd say the majority of people in this state don't trust what we do in this body, and that's shameful. We got to do better. It's not right. It's not right to the people that elected us into office. We have to do better for them. I was voted in to represent my district, the great district of 39, and I feel compelled to allow them to have a seat at the table and allow them to vote for property tax relief by voting for the ballot initiatives. So today, I will be a no on this bill. Thank you.
AML Winter.
Good morning, Madam Speaker Pro Tem.
Good morning.
So we're all where we're at on this bill. So the speaking I'm going to be doing too is you all are going to have to deal with it. I'm going to speak to my people right now because everybody in here has haggled and fought and wrestled on what we're going to do with this thing. I don't think I'm going to change too many minds. I've tried for a couple years and haven't been so successful with you all, but I think this is for my people. Those are the people that I'm here to represent. And I've talked to local governments. I've talked to constituents. I've talked to fire. I've talked to EMS. I've talked to DHS. I've talked to school districts, and I hear you. As an elected official, this is the toughest position I have been in to date. I have lost sleep over this bill because I want to do what's right for Coloradans. I want to do what's right for Coloradans. And as an elected official, it's our duty, first and foremost, to listen to all these people. And it's representative government. We have been given a scenario with so many moving parts. As elected officials, we need to take all of this data, all of this concern, and hear everybody's point of view. And then at the end of the day, who's tasked with making that decision that isn't going to make anybody happy on any side of this? There will not be one group that was 100% happy with that. But guess what? We raised our hand, we took the oath, and we said we will take the responsibility, good, bad, or ugly. And I'm willing to do that because that's what I was elected to do. I think that through this process and the sleepless nights, I have worked to try to come up with a balanced, rational, and responsible decision for the people of House District 47. And calling this special session, you guys got to understand, I have the largest House district in the state, 18,000 miles this summer so far. And I have talked to people at parades and rodeos and fairs and town halls. I take pride in doing that. And it's impossible as this pot of stew is getting mixed together for me to even talk to these people about what is happening here. So that puts the pressure even is. So I'm willing to take the pressure. I got broad shoulders. And I'm going to do what I think is best based upon everything I've heard from my people to make the right decision. This bill is not a fix-all. We know that. Unfortunately, we've kicked this can down the road since I've been here a handful of times. And I promise to my constituents that I will continue to work to do better to bring real property tax relief, more relief, and fix our taxing problem, because one thing I do say all the time is we live in very different parts of the state. And the one-size-fits-all jersey isn't right. You don't hand somebody a 2XL that wears a large and say, take it. And unfortunately, we do that out of this capital a lot, and it's unfortunate. Is this the perfect fix? No. Do I commit to keep working to make tax policy in this state better? Yes. This experiment isn't over, not by any stretch of the imagination. Today, I will support this bill. I will be a yes for balance. I'll be a yes so that my local governments can actually try to prepare some kind of budget, and my special districts. The good representative for Montrose said it best: certainty. Certainty in uncertain times. I will be a yes for the moms and dads that I talked to. Y'all, this year in Pueblo County, I went to the county fair and they lost over 100 kids in the 4-H program. And most of the responses was, it's feed my animals or feed my kids. That is what our constituents are facing. That is what Coloradoans are facing. And they want property tax relief. Whether we agree on how we get there, they were very clear with their vote to Prop HH. They have been very clear to us on what they want. So I'm saying a yes for those people. So seniors aren't booted out of their homes. So farmers and ranchers aren't losing their 5th or 6th generation family farms. So businesses can keep going. So the backbone of Colorado can keep this state on the rails. This is a vote, my yes vote is because the people that are suffering can't live on a gamble. School districts, we sat up here and for the first time in 30 years, rural schools are going to be funded. I do not want to take that for them. I went through my district and was proud to tell people that rural schools were going to not be left behind. And I remember that when we talked about the ballot initiatives, we said if something happens, it will change the funding mechanism. I don't want to take that from my kids. But my colleagues have said some very important things. I think there's some priority issues in this building. And I don't think there's anything wrong with saying that. I don't think there's anybody in this building that can't look at some of the legislation we've passed and some of the money that's being spent and say, really, is it important that that money goes there, or would it be better used somewhere else? Because there's only a limited amount of money, and it's the taxpayers' money. And we should be very judicious and thrifty with their money. And I think that we have to start putting some priorities in a different position. And those comes to policy positions. And we're not always going to agree, but I think that there's some places that we can look in this budget and say, maybe that isn't as important as somebody buying groceries, or maybe that isn't as important as some of the other things that we should elevate. So I thank you for the talk about priorities, because that's ultra important. One more thing I'm going to say, and I said this last year, and I'm going to say this to my constituents, but this is the one time in the room I'm going to look at you all and speak to you. You have to realize that legislation passed in this building has hurt a proud people in House District 47. Our coal mining's gone. Our oil and gas is gone. It's harder and harder for ranchers and farmers to make a living. Small businesses are struggling. The city's trying to buy our water up because sustainable growth don't happen unless it happens on the back of agricultural water and agri-centered communities. The rural-urban divide is real. House District 47 is under attack. And when you take away industry that allows my people to put food on tables and allows my tax base to grow and allows my counties not to be put in this situation, that real-world stuff matters. When you take the ability for a proud people to take care of themselves and then hook them on government money like a drug, to me that is wrong. To me, I want to see people thrive. Do I believe in a hand up? Yes. I have no problem with that. But I don't believe in a straight handout. And I don't think that's the American way or the American dream. I think we're supposed to give ourselves the ability to pull ourselves up and make it. And is there people that are going to need help? Yes. There are some people that just can't get it done, and I understand that. Not talking about those people. But I just want you all to know the reason that my county and my constituents, a lot of this, we're in this position because we have had our ability to make a living taken away by legislation that has been passed in this building. And it has put House District 47 in the rears. And now here we are trying to make the pivotal and crucial decision of how we help these people, the people that have screamed out for 4 years, more tax relief, more tax relief, more tax relief. With the rising cost of inflation, the rising cost of energy, it's one bite at a time. And today I want to be certain when I go back to my counties, because like I said, everybody knows here, no matter where you go, it's not going to be a happy room everywhere, that I can sit down and explain to them in a cogent, very detailed manner on what I did for them up here, based on the situation we were in, the speed of special session, the bill changing. And in my heart, I truly believe that I'm trying to make the best decision for you, the constituents of House District 47. I wouldn't have run for this office if I didn't care about those people. And I want them to know today that I made this decision in hopes that I was able to help everybody, not one group or the other, that I was able to provide property tax relief to the constituents in my district. And I can sleep at night doing that. And I can explain to everybody I have to talk to from my heart why I did it and what I'm doing for my constituents.
AML, you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you, ma'am. So at the end of the day, I say it every time I come up here, please, when we come back into this building in January, look at what happens with the legislation in my district and puts my people in some of these situations. One size don't fit all. Please, realize we're different parts of the state, and there's nothing wrong with you do you, let us do us. There's nothing wrong with that. We live in different parts of the state. So I will be a yes on this. I want to help my constituents. I want to make sure there's certainty. I want to make sure my kids get a quality education. But I also want you to commit to me that we are going to dig into this and we are going to come up with tax policy that is not a double extra L jersey for everybody in the state of Colorado. If we have to do it by regions, if we have to do it by counties.
Your time has elapsed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Luck? Okay. Representative Epps?
In late 2007, in the lead up to what would be the 2008 federal presidential primary elections, there was a candidate who had taken a vote. He'd voted no on a bill that at the time he was in the very small minority, and taking that no vote came to pass in the next couple of years that many of his colleagues caught up with him, and it became the popular position to take a no vote. And he was asked why he'd voted no when he was all alone, and his answer was, regarding the bill, he said, "I voted no because I read it." And that has pretty consistently been my reason for when I voted no, why I voted no as a legislator. The shortest answer is because I read it. Unfortunately, I didn't get the opportunity to have that as a reason to make a vote on this bill, particularly as now amended, a complete bill this morning that we were given a 3-page amendment that had some 42 substantive, primarily changes that none of us got to read. To say it's a process foul is sort of an understatement. But there's something else I want to offer in explaining why no, since I can't say no because I read it all. And that is, that's really offering my gratitude to the folks who afforded me the opportunity to serve in this body, to the colleagues I've learned from, to the outstanding, is an understatement, staff who've worked on this bill and others. And thank you for the opportunity to recognize that this morning, when it comes to representatives from a county not far from here, that I see that pigs are flying, and you know, perhaps they're predictably pernicious and perpetually problematic, pig at times, but still pigs were flying. The representatives from El Paso County spoke the truth. And I hope those who have the opportunity will go back and listen to their remarks, because they spoke the truth, and they spoke uncomfortable truths that were needed to be said in this body. Our colleague from El Paso, in explaining their vote on this bill, which will parallel my own, explained how much of this is a sham. think that was actually the word that was used, explained that we're running cover for our governor, explained that this is a manufactured political charade that is as bipartisan, these are my words, not theirs, but it is as bipartisan a charade, as bipartisan as apple pie and baseball and racism. The suggestion that some of us in this room, that many of us don't know what's going on, though, is misguided. A lot of us do know. This is not a partisan comment, though it is related to partisan politics, but it has to be a baseline understanding when thinking about the contours of this bill. That's probably about as good as it can get, all things considered, but when thinking about this bill, recognizing that when a political party controls every branch of government at the state level, and much of the same at the local level, that party does not do anything that it does not want to do. There is no such thing as being held hostage. It is particularly offensive in this moment in the world. It has been said multiple times in the past 2 days that we are being held hostage. I love hyperbole as much as the next person, but in a world in which thousands of humans are actually being held hostage, funded in no small part due to Colorado tax dollars, perhaps we choose our words a little more carefully. We are not being held hostage. And if we were, it's not by special interest groups. The call is coming from within the building. It's also true where our colleagues from El Paso spoke about the responsibility in telling the story of local media. Most media will not tell the truth of the story. Some will try, but others, they're never going to risk their precious proximity to perceived power to tell the full story. Why does this matter? It matters, y'all, and here I mean those beyond this room, because when your government cannot be trusted to tell you the truth about a process, we cannot be trusted to tell you the truth about the policy they're in. When we tell you the false statement that you're not allowed in our meetings because we're talking about administrative issues and logistics and that is false, we're discussing public business, you have to understand that the meeting isn't private because we're making good choices. Actually, you shouldn't trust me on that, but you have to because you don't get to hear it for yourself. There's been commentary today about negotiations, and I learned some things in listening to my colleagues about this. Someone said that negotiations and compromise are a normal part of this process. If what has happened around this bill is normal, we have a problem. It should not be normal and cannot be normal. That even the usual suspects who are in the inner circles that some of us have no desire to ever be in, when even they are excluded, Coloradans aren't being well represented. I sat through, as I'm sure others did, the Probst hearing on 2 days ago, I think it was, where this bill was heard, and I learned a lot there as well. There were comments made that the purported, putative folks responsible for the ballot initiatives in discussion, that they weren't present as far as we knew. But we were sent a letter was shared with us, and in explaining why I may know, I want to read it. It's a very short letter, dated August 26, and this is what the proponents of the measure said to us as a legislature, to Coloradans who would listen. If the agreed upon legislation is signed into law, Initiatives 108 and 50 will be withdrawn from the November ballot. Our organizations will not pursue any ballot measures to reduce assessment rates or cap revenue growth or bring any other proposals, here's my part, or bring any other proposals that would reduce property taxes for at least 6 years, as long as the legislative, executive, and judicial branches do not go back on the provisions of the agreement by raising assessment rates. So we're gonna bind not just future legislatures, we're gonna bind the executive branch and the next one, and we're gonna bind the judicial branch, jurists up and down the state. We're going to make an agreement, separation of powers, to hell with that. We're gonna agree to something that would bind not just future legislatures, but all branches of government. It's so preposterous. I almost appreciate it being committed to writing. In that letter, in thinking about the comment about binding the judicial branch, makes me think of a of a lyric that I bet no one in this, maybe one person in this room knows, but you know, binding the judges, binding us, which is what's wrong. One of the things that is wrong with this bill is the line that they got the TV, we got the truth. They own the judges, but we got the proof. We got hella people, they got helicopters, they got the bombs, and we got the, can't finish it. But poets have told us what's wrong. Our constituents have told us what's wrong. The initiatives aren't real. He's right. The mayors of cities as large as the Springs and Aurora and Denver, who come from very different political alignments, at least nominally, when they agree, if they were to tell the community to vote no, and if we were to do the same, they would fail. There are actually some terrifying ballot initiatives that are on the ballot. I wish we could have a special session about that. I understand, Madam Speaker Pro Tem, that I've got a minute and a half, and I want to say that there was mention today of transparency and accountability, and my visceral reaction was to think there's not transparency and accountability in this process, but that's not correct. There's plenty of transparency for folks who can afford it, and there's plenty of accountability for folks who can afford it. So congratulations to those in this chamber and not who are in that group. Most of us are not. Sponsors in another hearing and other folks have said, and I tend to think they said it in good faith and meaning it, that in the negotiation around this bill, nobody got everything they're asking for. Like hell they didn't.
You do have less than a minute remaining.
Thank you. I'm going to close with gratitude and with a note of optimism, because I am well known for my optimism. After seeing what I've seen in the past 2 years, right, it's my own work to reconcile with my own complicity in a system that I now see as it is. I have to make my own amends and pay my penance, but I leave optimistic because I'm really optimistic in a state where a non-binary Lyft driver and teachers and folks who were first born, new Americans who came to us from Haiti and Mexico and across this country, can come to this body and tell the truth that needs to be told. That gives me optimism. This bill is not worthy of Colorado. It is my hope that you will become a legislature that is worthy of the trust that has been mistakenly placed in us.
Thank you. Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. If I may ask you to just affirm if it is true that I am known on the Judiciary Committee and in this building or in this room as a lover of grammar.
You would like me to affirm that you are a lover of grammar?
If it is true.
So sweareth the Lord.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
I appreciate that.
Decorum in the chamber, yes.
Thank you, Madam.
Representative Luck, thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I just wanted to make sure that that was a clear assumption and factual basis upon which to build the rest of my remarks. I do love grammar, and it's not because of the prettiness of a semicolon or of the feeling I get when I see an exclamation point. Though I do get some texts with like 15 from some constituents, and I only need one. I get it. But the reason that I genuinely love grammar is because it clears the way, good grammar clears the way for substantive understanding. When you read something and grammar is misplaced or not present at all, it is very hard to understand what is being conveyed. If a period is missing and the sentence continues on ad infinitum, unless you're Proust, it's very hard to understand what is being said. And so when I taught 6th grade, grammar raised to the level of substance in my grading, meaning point values were just as important for grammar as for the right answer. Because for me, process matters, and grammar is process in written word and in language. It's one of the reasons why I become so passionate in this building when I see process violated for either side, because it is the process that clears the way for genuine and wholesome and honorable substantive conversation. And when the process is misplaced or forgotten or discarded, then the substance gets clouded. I have struggled with this bill because many of its provisions are principally aligned with where I stand. I do believe that the people need some major tax relief. But I'm not keen on the process. And I have been wrestling and will continue to wrestle probably until the machine is closed as to where my vote will fall. The CRS in section 1-40-134 gives an initiator of a ballot initiative the ability to withdraw that initiative up until 60 days prior to the election. It is a statutory privilege that is granted. But I have been wrestling with whether or not that is a violation of the constitutional right to vote that is given to the people under both the US and Colorado constitutions. I haven't reached a conclusion, but I'm wrestling. Because at what point does a person's right to vote vest? For those hundreds of thousands of people who said, we've given the legislature time after time after time to fix this problem, and we have preserved for ourselves in this constitutional republic a mechanism for direct democracy so that when the legislature is not abiding our will, when the voice of the people and the consent of the governed is not being honored, we can step in. And for those hundreds of thousands of people who did that and said, we want a deliberate say, we want to be the ones to push that button now because you all have failed us. At what point did their signature translate into a right to vote on that question? Did that occur once those signatures were certified as valid and the Secretary of State posted on their website that these questions were on the ballot? Did those people then at that juncture, at that moment, have the ability to decide? I agree with the representative from Douglas County who said that the responsibilities of a legislator are different than the responsibilities of an initiator, and that is true. However, in those matters, it's no different than when a lobbyist comes to us or a constituent comes to us, bill in hand, and says, I want you to run this. And we have the ability to say yes or no. And then our colleagues have the ability to say yes or no. In this instance, the initiator put to the people, will you run this? And they said yes. And then it comes to the rest of the group that weren't asked that initial question, who didn't actually ensure that that got on the ballot, to make all of those hard choices and weigh all of those different factors. And does this body now have the authority to strip that right from them? I am weighing that. I am struggling with that. I note in the effective sections of this bill, which there's a lot of complication with what becomes effective when. But it's interesting that some of this bill becomes effective if either, there are two things, if either the ballot initiatives are removed from the ballot, or if those ballot initiatives are not removed from the ballot and the ballot questions fail. That's an interesting effective date, especially in light of the comments of the prior speaker. If this is all about being held hostage, why, if certain people are feeling like the ballot initiatives are a forcing of eating a whole pie, and this is a forcing of only eating 2/3 of the pie, why would some sections become effective even after the people say you don't have to eat any of the pie? I'm wrestling with that. But I'm also wrestling with, if that is okay for some of this, why couldn't that have been the standard entirely? In fact, if I were looking at drafting this bill, I would want that to be the standard. We're going to offer property tax relief unless the property tax relief that the people have already said that they want fails. And then either way, the people get property tax relief. Now again, there's a lot of complexity to the effectiveness dates, and what sections do what. But process again matters because that particular provision would have stripped from me the confusion of the process. It would have said, we will wait to hear what the people say. And if the people pass these initiatives, then this doesn't have any impact. But if the people don't pass these initiatives, then this relief will be provided instead. Why couldn't that have been the standard? It would have made for good grammar in this bill. It would have cast away all of these other issues that I am now wrestling with that prevent me from getting to the real substantive analysis. My favorite teacher, professor in law school, always said, if you can get a case decided on process, go that route. Don't look to the substance, because where substance is, emotion lies. Focus on process. Win on process. And so I have been trained to look first to process before I even get to substance.
Representative, you have under a minute remaining.
Thank you, I appreciate that. In my musings over substance, I have had other questions raised, and I have no conclusion. And I've told this audience before, I am a turtle. It takes me a while to process and mull over these things, and this has not been enough time for that. But one thing I will put on the record, there's been a lot of talk about backfill, and I have varying views on backfill. But something I heard yesterday from a member of our staff was, is it really backfill? Or is it simply reimbursement and payment for all of the unfunded mandates that this body imposes on local governments? That's one of the musings. I don't have time for any of the others. But I will say, grammar matters, process matters. Let's make sure we always follow good grammar rules and good process. And because I haven't been told no yet, there was a war that was averted as a result of good grammar correction.
Your time has
Thank
elapsed.
you.
Representative Story.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's a pleasure to serve with you.
It's a pleasure to serve as Speaker Pro Tem.
Members, we have been discussing so many things, and among them schools. Our schools have excessive needs. Colorado ranks near the bottom, 47th, 49th, in terms of funding compared to all states across the country. Educator pay is at the bottom compared to all states across the country. This is mortifying, humiliating for our state. And by the way, the state doesn't dictate to school districts what teacher salaries are. The state simply supplies funding, as does property tax, to school districts, and school districts make those decisions. But the state doesn't adequately fund public education in order to pay educators, licensed professionals, a living wage. Not to mention paras and classified staff. They also don't get a living wage. Our educator partners don't love this deal. They settled. They have been pressured to settle for something less bad than a perceived alternative. Fire districts are also suffering under extreme costs that they can't cover for wages, necessary equipment, and capital improvements. I received another letter from a fire department last night that I want to share with you. This fire department is not in my district, but the letter is impassioned nonetheless. It states, please do whatever you can to help the fire districts regarding the property tax discussion. Help us keep our standards where they are. This cut to my department alone will more than likely cause us to have to let 6 full-time employees go. That being said, we only have 6 full-time employees, a paramedic firefighter and a firefighter EMT on shift at any given time. We do have part-time employees that fill in for vacations for the full-time employees, but they may be gone also. The rest of the needs for the fire district are handled by volunteers. We are 35 miles from Colorado Springs. We cover 255 miles square of El Paso and Elbert counties with a population of approximately 5,000 individuals. We currently provide advanced life support and have been transporting for multiple decades, but have recently begun transporting on a consistent basis once we went with full-time paramedics and EMTs. I myself have been chief for 17 years. I am still 100% volunteer. And I've seen this department go through struggles with very little money to a department that was strong and self-sufficient. 4 years ago, we went to our voters and asked for a mill levy increase, and with our board and the support of our community, it was overwhelmingly passed, and we were able to double our mill levy to 12.1. With that increase, we promised a 5-year plan for full-time personnel, an addition to the station, and a new engine. That's pretty awesome, right? We have almost completed that process. We are set to take delivery of the new engine towards the end of September, and that will be replacing our current 26-year-old engine. Amazing, right? He goes on. I honestly doubt that many of you drive vehicles that are 26 years old as a daily driver. Now imagine that that 26-year-old vehicle is a fire truck that is being dependent on for life-threatening situations. We also have a brush truck from 2002 and 2004. Yes, we have some newer vehicles, but all of those are still frontline, first-out vehicles. Our newest is a 2020 ambulance. One of the saddest parts of this all is that we may not be able to afford that new engine now. We may even have to sell it before we put it in service. Devastating. The paid personnel as well as the volunteers have been patient yet excited, waiting for a new engine that can perform at today's standards. With these possible tax cuts to my district, the excitement has faded fast, and the desperation is looming back over our head as it was years ago. With these extreme budget cuts, even the volunteers would not have the money to purchase equipment, maintain the equipment, or even possibly operate the equipment. Please find it in yourself to help us to continue to do what we do. Chief Gaddis, Chief of Calhan Fire Protection District. Firefighters don't love this deal. Nonetheless, they have been pressured to settle for something that is less bad than a perceived alternative. This special session was set up under auspicious circumstances with a shadowy element who didn't dare to show their face in committee to defend the deal. How is this okay? Why would any of us accept this brokered deal with an expectation that legislators just fall in line? It's easy to understand the need for property tax relief for those who can least afford it, for those who struggle day to day, month to month, to pay their mortgage, to pay their rent, in order to pay the owner who holds the mortgage, to pay their utilities, to put food on the table, to cover their health care costs. These are the people who need relief. Property owners of low-valued homes and moderately valued homes. Those with multiple homes and those with the highest value homes don't need our property tax relief. We were told by DOR about the impacts to property owners in terms of property tax reductions. A $25 reduction for somebody who owns a $250,000 home. Wow. $250,000 home is a pretty low-value home in this world in Colorado. Someone who owns a $500,000 home, they're going to get a $50 reduction in their property taxes. How glorious is that? This strategy is not helpful to those who need the most and instead benefits those with the highest property valued homes. So we have minimal benefits to those who need property tax relief the most, and detrimental effects to public schools and our fire districts, who are integral to all of our communities. We all have public schools in our communities. We all have fire districts in our communities. This bill is not meeting the needs of those who need property tax relief, and simultaneously is devastating to those who rely on property tax funding to serve all of our needs. This bill is nothing short of an epic failure of our duty to serve.
You have under a minute remaining. Thank you. Representative Hernandez.
Madam Speaker Pro Tem, it's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you, my friend.
Colleagues, I rise today pretty deeply and intimately aware that unless our governor convenes another special session for folks within the same tax bracket as him, these will likely be my last words in this legislature in my time as an appointed lawmaker. And I want to come up here and explain a bit about why I hold the opinions and the beliefs that I do, and why my vote will be informed by those things. And in order to understand what I believe, you have to know where I'm from. I'm a kid who grew up in this state like a lot of families, who struggled and lived in the social welfare system. I grew up in the kinship foster care system. I went to 7 schools in 7 years. I moved 33 times before I graduated high school. And eventually, I should mention, every single one of those schools was underfunded. And eventually I was adopted, and I was adopted by my aunt, who owns a home on the north side of Denver on 38th and Irving. And those of you who know me know that I love my aunt. But if you ask my aunt how she was able to afford a home in what is now the most gentrified Latino neighborhood in the country, she'll tell you. My aunt was walking on the 16th Street Mall in 1990, and a sign fell and hit her in the head. My aunt subsequently got a large settlement from the private enterprise, which she spent on a house that cost $87,000 on the north and west side of Denver. My family's only opportunity to ever own property in this country that we espouse to be one of equity was because of an accident. In that same house, I grew up sleeping in the basement on an air mattress with my dad, because my dad, in the same room as my dad, because my dad did not make enough money to even afford rent, let alone consider owning property in the city and county of Denver. I watched my dad, who has rheumatoid arthritis, jump in and out of trucks without consistent health care coverage my entire life. And so I fight for the poor. I fight for the oppressed for a very specific reason. And it's because I don't think that I consider myself an anomaly. There are a lot of brilliant, poor kids who grow up in this state, whose families don't get the opportunity to own property, who don't get the opportunity to come here and be heard in this legislature. Poor folks, oppressed people who don't get a special session called from the governor. And look, I know we might consider this hypothetical, but there's been a man in this building for the last 3 days whose name is Sam, who 2 days ago I sat with in Senator James Coleman's office and talked with him as he had a mental crisis because he is about to be evicted by the sheriff, who came back yesterday outside of these doors and interrupted the speech of one of our great colleagues, and who another representative from Denver and I went outside and called the STAR program and sat with, who is struggling with the very real needs of poverty in this state, who doesn't get a special session. Our needs are here at our door. We choose not to listen to them. We choose instead to listen to the social, political, and economic capital and wealth disparity that is willing to put $2 million behind ballot initiatives that put schools on the chopping block. And so you know who I fight for and why. You should also understand that I fight against the rich, because I fight against oppressors who don't need more relief in the state that has the 47th lowest property taxes in the country, who are in the same tax bracket as our great governor. Nobody accrues a level of wealth like that without exploitation. Nobody is able to pick themselves up and get that much money just by their bootstraps. Let me remind you that Mexican boots don't have straps. Wealthy folks in this country have always achieved stability via relief, through bailouts. Many of you know what happened in 2008. I was 11. Through relief. That's not my idea. That's an idea of a community organizer from the South named Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., where he said, we already have socialism in this country. We have it for the rich. The poor have to struggle with what is known as the rugged individualism of the poor. Individualism that forces Colorado community members to grow up on air mattresses so that we can eventually get to a place where we can say, hey, maybe poor people need something too. Poor people who have nowhere else to go but to come and have their cries heard in the public lobby of the legislature because we are not doing enough for them. I ran for this office because I wanted to be a teacher in the neighborhood that I grew up in. And my first year teaching was during the pandemic, where I sat with students who did my class in a bathtub because their family lost their housing, where kids that I taught became the primary breadwinner of their household at 16 years old, responsible for their entire family's housing because their parents lost their jobs. We should be very clear on the understanding that that is not the fault of an individual, that is the fault of a system. Folks are working hard every day to make their ends meet. I've heard wonderful sentiments from all folks on all sides of the aisle about that sentiment. We're fighting here for people to have a fighting chance. I do believe that in every single one of my colleagues. But kids in my neighborhood in the north and west side of Denver are being forced to become the primary breadwinner of their household because the rich don't pay their fair share in this state. And I would be remiss if you didn't hear my perspective as the youngest member of this body at 27 years old, where my generation is closer to homelessness than we will ever be to homeownership in the city and county of Denver. Where we go to underfunded schools last week that don't have HVAC systems and air conditioning, with teachers that don't make enough money to live in the communities that we serve, and we have to come out of our own pocketbooks for school supplies because our schools don't have the money to pay for it. where my generation is sitting under crippling student loan debt and income inequality, unlike, thank you to the great representative from El Paso County, that is reminding us that is unseen in this country since the Great Depression. And we're doing all of this, surviving in our communities with no relief in sight, no relief in sight. After the Great Depression, we had a wonderful policy called the New Deal, where we offered programs to help working people, to help poor people. Where is our relief going to be as corporate greed remains unchecked? And to the bill, where instead we are dedicating ourselves to property tax relief for folks that don't need it. In the deal that was cut yesterday, there's information coming out that for folks in my neighborhood where our houses are worth cheaply $600,000, we're gonna see a 5% increase in our property taxes. But for folks that own homes that are $5 million, they're gonna see a reduction. We're gonna call that property tax relief? Instead, our government, our governor, and dare I say it, this legislature is enacting emergency relief for the wealthy and the rich, who have the social, political, and economic capital to pull dangerous ballot measures that threaten the schools that we're all fighting for. And instead of standing up and organizing ourselves against that, our governor, who is in the same tax bracket as these folks we're describing,
Representative, less than 1 minute.
convenes a special session. Instead, in this bill, there will be a $250 million tax break in the next year for Coloradans who don't need it. Instead, we are enacting laws in a special session convened for special interests. I hope we take this as an opportunity, specifically those who believe in progressive policy, to organize ourselves, to understand what's at stake, and hopefully fight for a world that is not built upon enshrining the wealth of the few, but the dignity of life for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. I think Representative Clifford was next.
Talk about a hard act to follow. And tough to swallow. It's almost hard to speak after that. I have to come from a different place. I have just spent the last few weeks learning about budgets and the impacts of my local governments in ways that I never would have expected that I was going to spend the interim doing. And the thing that I have to say is I've been on the doors, I've talked to voters, and it is absolutely unequivocally clear that people want tax relief. Democrats, Republicans, there's a concern. The thing that I have the most concern about in this place right now, where we are, is that when I go back, I know realistically we didn't give them real relief. $45 a year, $75 a year. The valuations, the assessments, they will go up. These taxes will continue to rise, and this is not real relief. People are expecting to see a real difference in their property tax bills, and this is not what it looks like. We have to rethink the whole damn thing. But what I'm also wildly present to that I wasn't before is the real impact. You know, I hear the word fear-mongering. I can tell you that South Metro Fire Protection District is in my district. They are my district. You know, I have learned more about their budget than I ever expected to know. 80% of their budget is personnel. 10% budget cut to South Metro Fire Protection District is, in fact, going to impact personnel. Now, it's not to the extent of losing 100% of their workers, But the thing that really is real is that at the time that they start to lose personnel and all of the smaller little departments around them, Elizabeth, these departments that they have natural, everyday working relationships with mutual aid agreements where they do the work for one another. They send the closest fire truck, even if it's across their line. Those smaller departments that are losing those personnel are going to have a greater need for mutual aid. At the same time, South Metro is going to have less ability to provide it. That is a real problem. We learned in the Louisville fires that wildfires can impact neighborhoods. That is a very, very real event. Wind and embers can burn your house. And the only thing that's in between you and that is your fire department. And you can call that fear-mongering if you want, but I don't know that Coloradans fully expect that what they're giving up here could cost them so much more than $45. I don't know that that's what we're putting in the news. I don't know that that's what we're talking about. And I think that it's massively important that we come and take a look comprehensively in this space, in a real time, in a real place where we debate and come up with new ideas for how we fund these services. And I'm not just trying to use the fire as a fear-mongering. It's a big issue. You know, I've got an improvement district in my area that will be insolvent as a result of this deal. They did exactly what we would expect a good government to do, and they only set the taxation. They went to the voters and said, please give us this amount of money. We're going to set this millage. We're going to borrow money to build a new fence for all of these neighborhoods, and they will not pay that note. And we can talk about backfills for accounts that get negative. The people that run that improvement district, they're not government people. They're not going to come do the work that it takes to fight the state government for what it looks like to get made whole. And for any of us that know anything about backfill, I've never seen backfill make whole anything. Insolvent. You know, it's very hard to come to the state government and take a top-down approach and literally put a brick on top of property taxes that local voters voted for. They said, yes, we want this thing. So I hope we come back to this place and give the voters that choice. If they have the choice to enact it, they have the choice to take it away. It should be dealt with at that level. It should not be dealt with here. I'm actually scared of what we did here. That's it.
Thank you. Madam Assistant Majority Leader Bacon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Thank you, everyone. Yesterday I came down here to say some thank yous, and I'm going to continue with that theme. I've actually been really grateful to hear our debate here. You know, I find myself agreeing, my usual head nods. You know, maybe we should stop giving me a gavel, so saith the Lord. However, I just want to point out some of the things that I heard, and I just want to also point out some of the things that maybe we can take with us. You know, I represent Denver. We all have stories from our constituents. I live by the airport, and so I live in a condo building where my next door neighbors are two brothers in their 70s who bought the condo 10 years ago. But my two next door neighbors upstairs are renters because people bought into my condo building for investment properties. And the fun thing about Zillow, because, you know, God bless the internet, is I could also figure out sometimes when people bought things and what some of their expenses are. And some of the condos in my complex were probably bought 2005, 2010. Their mortgage is around $450, but the rent is $2,200 a month. I also know, though, that I've got some neighbors who moved here from Michigan. I have 2 neighbors who moved here from California. And as much as they, love their home states, they love that they pay a little less to live here, but they have big blue skies and 300 days of sunshine. And so I kind of understand a lot of these stories. Also, all of us are taxpayers. I'd like to believe that maybe the income I make here doing my not dirty duty, ooh, Lord. That's probably, you see how that slip was with how much money we make, right? But I'm a taxpayer too, and I gotta pinch my pennies. And so the truth of the matter is, I really do believe that this is the time for all of us in this chamber. We have to make adjustments for the new reality that is our state. Many of us have had jobs, perhaps, being on your city council, having had opportunities before here where you've been working for your neighbors for a long time. And many of you have seen how things have changed in this state. And so here in 2024, preparing for a 2025 session, which is a quarter way in to the 21st century, and my cars are still not flying, we have to make adjustments. So I do believe this is a timely conversation. We need to lean into our values, and we also, need to protect our Western ways of being austere to the best of our abilities. But the truth of the matter is, again, where I want to live with some of these thank yous, and I'll go to us here. There are 100 of us in this building. It is not required that we agree on everything. It is required that we debate, and yes, that is the value of diversity. And I do want to thank the sponsors of this bill for really trying to bring us together. And we are unified on some things. You know what we're unified about? Nobody wants to be here today. And they probably want me to finish sooner. Okay? Hear, hear. But the truth of the matter is we are allowed to debate. And so what I want to do is thank everyone in this building, and I'm going to be, and actually not this building, I want to thank everybody on this floor. I want to thank everybody on this floor. It is our job to make law. It is our job to be the people's branch. Every single one of us are thousands of people. It is our job to represent the people. We represent firefighters. We represent nurses. We represent teachers. We represent moms. We represent 3-year-olds. We represent 7-year-olds. It is our job to make law. This floor needs to be respected. We only work for the people. We may work with others, but we only work for the people. I don't work for somebody who's not on this floor. Or even, dare I say, behind the glass. So it is our job to make law. And if we need to debate it for more than 3 days, now that's when I say, so saith the Lord. And so saith John Adams, Sam Adams, who I know are rolling over in their grave if they heard that we were told as the people's branch to just do what somebody told us to do. I'm going to give the Yankees, some founders, some shout outs. So what I wanted to say here, even if there are some no's on this bill, it is not because of the work that somebody didn't do. Our speaker and our minority leader did what they were supposed to do. I know they didn't want to be here either. Sorry, am I speaking out of turn? I'm not speaking out of turn, okay? But I need people to know, even if there are no's on this bill today, it is a signal. It is a signal. If you want to tell us what to do, you need to understand that not everybody's down for that. And you know who else is not going to be down for that? Our neighbors. When a pipe bursts and don't nobody have any money to fix it, Our neighbors are going to learn about this. And like I said, it's okay to trust us. We are 100. Looks like we don't like each other sometimes, but we have some gumbo, and God bless America, okay? But it is our job. And so a vote for this or a vote against this, it's not against the people on this floor. It is a signal to understand if we are ever put in this position again, there are people who are willing to not be pushed. And so don't take it personally for us in here in the work. Because as I heard today, everyone that I heard had something to say about this that I took a little nugget. Even thank you for the prayer. Where's AML Winter? Thank you. Okay? I don't know why I'm doing this. It's hot. All right? And so today when we vote, it's okay for that board to be red and green. But every single person in here knows what it's like to pay taxes. Every single person in here knows what it's like to have to answer, and we all take that responsibility critically. And I'm going to say this about equity. It is okay to say the words equity, because what that means is meeting people where they're at. I have met a farmer. I agree. That's why I go to all of your districts. I agree. We need to meet people where they're at. And that is all that we're advocating to do. If we want to hold on to our values, if we also want to bring taxes down, let's talk about the places where they're supposed to go and the places to target. And the way we do that is through legislating, not through a letter. So again, I want to thank you. I want to thank our colleagues here. Thank you all. I want to thank our taxpayers. I want to thank our neighbors. I want to thank the people of Colorado for caring so much about this state that in addition to thinking about how they're going to feed their kids or feed their animals or how they're going to support their grandparents or their 3-year-olds, they are still willing to pay for the low, low price of $65 for clean water, a park, a school, a hospital. We are all willing to put into the pot to even care for other people's children. But we are all willing to do that in a way that does not so harm people that they got to sleep in the basement. So thank you for paying taxes. And yes, I said that. Thank you for the care of our neighbors. Yes, I said that. But also thank you for having the responsibility to think through how to do that in a way so we can actually thrive. And I agree with my colleague. It don't make no sense to save $65 if your homeowner insurance is going to go up $1,000. And so saith us to think like that. And please know, Colorado, all of us have your back. And we will push ourselves. And it's okay to learn why our system works the way it is. It is okay to learn that. But it's also okay to challenge it. And so I hope there are no indictments today, if there is green and red. And I want to thank you all for the time that you have spent with me today. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, who'd like to go next? Rep. Marvin.
Thank you, Speaker Pro. Hello, everyone. I don't usually get up here very often, but this is probably going to be my last time that I'm up here as well. And so I just wanted to come and say a few things about this bill and this whole process. And so when I got into government after the 2016 elections, I came in probably somewhat naively thinking that, that you could work with other people, write good bills, and write good policies, and that would be helping people. And I think we are all here because we want to help people. However we feel that is, we all come from it from very different angles, but that's what I feel like I've heard from every single person here today, is that they are trying to help their constituents. And I want to thank the writers of the bills. I know that you all are doing what you think is going to be best for everybody. And like I said, I've listened to all sides of this, and I have really, really struggled with this. But I think what is most interesting to me, and what I've struggled with the most, is the amount of people and stakeholders that I have talked to who have said, we don't like this bill, but it's better than what it would be, and we can't waste our political capital on fighting this. And so we're just gonna go with this deal. And over and over and over again, that's what I've heard, is that people have been like, I'm worried about what the consequences are gonna be later on. And even as I was sitting with this decision of how I was gonna vote, I was worried about that too. I'm not even gonna be here next year. I wasn't, and I was like, you know what? I'm free to vote my conscience now because I don't have to worry about what the consequences are gonna be for how my colleagues feel or how other branches feel or whatever it is. I can vote how I feel is right. And then I was like, well, wait a minute. What if this impacts me later on? And I think that what I hate about this is the politics that get involved in this and how we all have to operate. And it's a part of this job, it is. But it makes me sad when we have to make choices, or that's part of how we weigh our options is based on these outside forces, and it's not about what our constituents need and what matters to our constituents. And so with this, what I came back to is what do my constituents need? And I was talking with a lot of people. I've talked with a lot of my constituents, and time again we hear about the cost of living, the cost of that we can't afford it. But the thing is, it's not just homeowners. Although I have heard from a lot of homeowners who, are on fixed incomes and are worried. But I don't think that this bill is going to fix that for them. When it's a $25, $60 spread across 12 months, that's not going to be the difference between if you're able to put food on your table or not. But what it is going to be the difference is how my county can fund our new health department. It's how my county can fund a new jail that we need to build. It's how my county can fund, our roads and our bridges and our human services. And so like I said, I just don't feel like this bill is hitting the mark. And I'm disappointed that the bills that would have helped the people that needed it the most with property taxes didn't go through. But I can't support this bill when it's just helping special interests and millionaires, and I think that's it. And I know that I've been sort of getting a little off course, but like I said, I think for me, what matters is how are we helping people. I don't know if this bill is helping the right people, and I don't think that I can support it today. And hopefully there won't be consequences later from some of those special interests on that.
All right, Rep. Tatone.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. We shouldn't be here. We shouldn't be here. It's not because we shouldn't be here to lower the costs for our constituents. It's not because we should ignore the rising property taxes that our constituents are feeling. We shouldn't be here, but we are because a wealthy, unelected person who does not have to stand here in front of their people to explain themselves and have mailers against them is threatening to push ballot initiatives that everybody who I've talked to has said would be devastating to Colorado. I don't blame the Speaker and the Minority Leader for trying to find a deal. But this deal is a fecal sandwich, not one that, and this is one we're supposed to be forced to eat. What we're trying to avoid is so bad that groups would be hurt by these initiatives are still saying that they wanted a deal. This is a deal that men behind these threats have forced us to make. It's because these people are using this as leverage for their own interests. It's nothing short of extortion. Look up the definition. But, supposedly enough mustard has been slathered on this fecal sandwich for impacted local governments to eat it. But, the fire departments were still left out. And I know the example that was made by Representative Story when she read that letter about the old fire truck. I was a volunteer firefighter in the 90s. We had a 1974 fire truck. We were waiting to get our new truck, and it broke down, pumping water on a scene when we needed it to get water to where it needed to be. That's what we're trying to avoid. If that truck had to stay in service longer, you would fail to deliver on what you're supposed to do. We can't leave them hanging. I hate to have to be forced to make a decision like this. You know, take a less bad deal or take a really, really bad deal. And I'm going to vote yes today, and it's not because I want to, and it's not because it's the right thing to do, but it's because I don't want Colorado to eat the fecal sandwich without the mustard.
Is there further discussion? I will invite back the sponsors, Madam Speaker, and Minority Leader Puglisi. Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I want to start out by thanking my caucus members. I know that you all have struggled and you have shared those struggles with me throughout these last couple of weeks. And I want to say thank you because I know that it has been hard. You've had, like I've had, hard conversations with our constituents on both sides, and none of that is easy for any of us. And so I want you to know, regardless of how you vote today, I hear you. I know you are voting in what you think is what's best for your constituents, and I appreciate your dedication to your people. So regardless of how this goes today, I am incredibly honored and grateful to be a part of this caucus, and so thank you for that. To the people of my district and throughout the state that I've talked to, I want you to know that I hear you. You've asked for help, you've pleaded for help, and that is truly why we're here today, to do the work of our people in whatever way we believe is best for them. I don't know why each one of you are here or what your motivation was to be here. But I have always felt called to service, and that I have something to offer in terms of helping my people. And I spent the summer traveling the state for various issues, talking to local governments, talking to people, thanks to the assistant minority leader who believes I should keep the same schedule he does in his district. I've spent a lot of time in Southeast Colorado. But in all of those times that I have met and talked to people, property tax consistently comes up. And maybe, as in the words of the assistant minority leader, they think I'm the property tax guru. I kind of know something, but maybe not a guru. But I've heard them, and I heard their struggles. And, you know, I don't know what the dollar amounts are going to be for each person, but I know I have struggled in life. I identify with some of the stories of my colleague from Denver. What he said touched me. There are times, and not in the far distance, where $100 in my bank account made the difference between bouncing a check or not. It's hard. And when I left and took my kids, I knew it was going to be hard, and I knew I was going to be on my own, and I knew I was going to struggle. And I might work 3 jobs to give them the life that they deserve, but that's what I promised them. And I'm not alone. Every single one of us have struggled. Every single one of us is hurt. And that's what we are trying to do here in our power as representatives, is to bring relief in some form to our people. And then we're trying to answer their calls for help. And that's why I'm here today. That's why you're all here today. In whatever you think that right path is, we are all just here to try to help our people. And I want to lean on some of my experiences. I do appreciate we're all going to lift up the words of the representative from Montrose, who talked about certainty, especially because he'll be hanging out maybe somewhere else soon, and we'll miss him. But I've run a ballot initiative back in 2020 with a good representative from Monument. And we dedicated our heart and soul. We traveled the state time and time again and talked to so many people and literally initiated one of the largest grassroots movements in Colorado's history. I started out as a grassroots organizer, just looking for a yard sign, and one day became the minority leader. So it's been a journey. But I have seen and we poured our hearts into that ballot initiative, and it failed. And the people spoke, whether they understood what they were voting for or not, they did. They spoke, we honored that, and it failed. And then last year, with a good senator from Weld County, we traveled the state yet again. I do enjoy traveling the state for what it's worth. But we traveled the state in opposition to a ballot initiative, and we won. And we're still here having those conversations, and I think they're important conversations, and I think they're good. But the certainty of knowing we can help our people today is the reason that I have worked in a very bipartisan way with the speaker. We have not all gotten what we wanted, but we've had some good and honest conversations about how to bring something to the people of Colorado in their time of desperation and need. And that is the bill that's before you today, to vote yes or no on. And could we do more? Always. Could we do less? Always. There's always something we can do more or better or different. But what you have today is what we put together that we believe is the right policy at this moment for the people of Colorado, because they need us, and we are going to answer their call. And so regardless of whether you vote yes because you think this is the right policy, or no because you don't like the process, I think we are all here to help the people, and I really appreciate the engagement that we've all had. And to my colleague from Penrose, who says unfunded mandates are way more than the backfill we're giving, I could not agree more. There were a lot of conversations about that during this process, and I am currently working on an analysis, if you want to work with me on it, on the cost of unfunded mandates to local governments, so let's talk. But I do believe that this is the right policy. I do believe that this is what we need to bring forward to help our people today. And I do believe that certainty and not taking a gamble with the lives of the people that have entrusted us to make this decision is important enough, at least for me, to put my name on this bill, to put the effort in with the speaker in a very bipartisan way, to have conversations so that we can move the ball forward. And I think that's what we're doing today. So I ask you to vote yes, because I do think it's important for the people, and it is the work that I believe we need to do today. Are there future conversations? Absolutely. So many of you brought such great ideas forward during this special session, and even though we didn't debate them on the floor, it doesn't mean they're not good ideas that shouldn't be vetted. And I think that we are consistently going to have that conversation with not just fire. I think fire is incredibly important, but all of our public safety organizations about their needs. We need to continue to support them every single day, and how we do that is open to a conversation. And I am committed, as I know the speaker has as well, committed on the record that we are going to continue those conversations. But I just want to say, I do believe this is the right policy at this moment. And I do believe that we can bring relief to so many people throughout the state of Colorado. I'm proud of the work that we've done. Thank you to the speaker for working it with me. There were definitely moments where we've had highs and lows. I think I've had the most stress I have had like maybe ever in this week, and maybe she might agree, but it is important work that we've done. And again, regardless of whether you vote yes or no, I hope you vote yes. But regardless, I appreciate your service to your people and your districts and understand the struggles you have today, and appreciate all of the good work and conversations we've had. So please vote yes on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker McCluskey.
Members, I want to start by thanking you for strengthening my faith in the legislative branch. The perspectives I've heard today and yesterday and the day before and the weeks leading to this moment have been valuable, but how people have shown up today to talk about this measure and the process that got us here is both fair, important, and critical to how this body and the General Assembly moves forward in this state. We have heard powerful testimony from colleagues in this chamber today about the incredible challenges of affordability in Colorado. I am moved by their stories, from Los Animas to El Paso County to Denver. You all captured the heart of what we hear in this state from the people that we serve. I commend you for lifting up those voices, those concerns. I am uplifted by the fact that right now, right here, today, we have a moment to govern with wisdom and maturity. And we have a moment to stand together in a bipartisan way and continue to move Colorado forward. There's been a lot of critique about the process. Process matters. Grammar matters. I appreciate all of those comments. The process led us here today, but like all of you, when you start with a piece of legislation, when you begin working on a bill, I know you start with what you hear from a constituent, from a few people in your district, and you take that idea forward. In this moment, we brought forward a proposal. Weeks ago, we shared that proposal with our school leaders, our teachers. We shared it with local government leaders, with our fire districts. We talked to Colorado about the proposal before them. And is it a move to play defense right now? You bet it is. We provide assurances to our communities. We provide assurances to our hardworking families that we're not going to take $630 million away from our schools, that we're not going to roll back the Medicaid investments we've made these past few years, that we're not going to take away free full-day kindergarten, universal preschool. We are going to deliver on the investments that we've made in affordable housing, in behavioral and mental health care services. We're going to continue those investments because today we are making a decision to protect Colorado from devastating ballot initiatives that would roll us back. And I refuse to be a part of that. We have moved this bill through a democratic process, an open process. I asked the proponents of 50 and 108 to come forward and speak in committee. They chose not to. I believe in the integrity of this process, that this bill, as proposed, while coming fast, still received full review by the many groups impacted, including our taxpayers, who are asking us to pass this. I believe in this process here today, in the fact that we're having this healthy debate, that over the past few days we've amended this bill to improve it. Maybe one of the greatest outcomes of these few days is that we are going to tackle the impossible way our fire districts are currently funded in this state, that they cannot deliver services in the way that they are now demanded to, that they are now expected to, because we have not designed the right way to support those efforts. I'm encouraged about the conversations around equity. I am glad that we have now charged the Property Tax Commission to continue those concerns. Bright, bold, innovative ideas were brought forward in several committees in this chamber, ideas that deserve further vetting, conversation, and consideration. And I hope to see those efforts back in January. Amen. Amen for the legislative branch, for the diverse perspectives that were presented here today, for the yeses and the nos. I believe that passing this bill and getting those initiatives off the ballot is the responsible, most important thing that we can do today, that we can do for the future of this state. We love Colorado. I thank the member who over and over again, yesterday and today, thanked Coloradans for the investments that they have made in their communities, in our schools, in our parks, in our amazing, pristine environments, in the people in our communities, those that are most vulnerable, those that will be most deeply impacted if the initiatives pass in November. What we are doing today is governance. Governance is hard. It requires all of us to make choices, choices that are hard. At the end of the day, I ask you to join me. Show Colorado how the legislative branch is leading in this moment, how we are making a decision for certainty, a decision for a future that is balanced, that ensures we are protecting the investments we have made in every community in this state. Members, you are a fierce, fighting, passionate crowd. That is what has made the last few years so exciting. So exciting. I hope that when we leave in the next day or two, you will go back to your communities and keep fighting. Keep that heart of commitment to public service alive and well, and that you will keep doing it in that way. Your call to public service today, and I ask for your yes vote, is to ensure that we do not let Colorado fall to these ballot measures, that we pave a path forward for our great state. Please vote yes.
All right, thank you. And seeing no further discussion, the question is the adoption of House Bill 1001 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Sheeb will kindly open the machine. Members, please proceed to vote. We'll restate the motion. The motion is the adoption of House Bill 1001 as amended on third reading and final passage. We did the amendment a while ago, you'll remember. Now, Mr. Sheeb, please open the machine. Members, please vote. Members online, we need you to activate your cameras so that we can record your votes. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ricks votes yes. Representative Martinez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Martinez votes yes. Representative English, if you can hear us, kindly activate your camera and let us know your vote. Representative English.
No.
Representative English votes no. Representatives Judah, Joseph, Luck, Rutnell, Weinberg. With a vote of 45, sorry. All right, now Mr. Sheeb, please close the machine. All right, now the machine is closed. With a vote of 45 aye, 18 no, 2 excused, 0 absent, House Bill 1001 is passed as amended on third reading. Please open the machine for any co-sponsors. we're going, members, last call for co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Sorry, I need to go online. No one online. Okay, please close the machine.
Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1003.
House Bill 1003 by Representatives Soper and Joseph, also Senators Priola and Baisley, concerning property tax relief for businesses and in connection therewith expanding and extending the exemption for agricultural equipment and machinery used in controlled agricultural facilities.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1003 on third reading and final passage.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1003 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ricks votes yes. Representative Martinez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Martinez votes yes. Representative English, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative English votes yes. Representative Basin-Necker. Representative Basin-Necker, I would fine you, but since session is probably ending in the next 2 days, it would be a pretty small tip jar and no party, so. Please close the machine. With 47 ayes, 16 no, and 2 excused, House Bill 1003 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative English, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of the House Concurrent Resolution 1001.
House Concurrent Resolution 1001 by Representative Weissman, also Senator Hansen, submitting to the registered electors of the state of Colorado an amendment to the Colorado Constitution concerning a requirement that a statewide initiative that impacts local government property tax revenue or spending of property tax revenue be approved by the voters of a local government that is impacted by the statewide initiative before it applies to the property tax revenue of the local government.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Concurrent Resolution 1001 on third reading and final passage.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Once again, we're here because the Constitution will not shred itself. This is not about local government. It's duplicitously, I mean, it kind of is because they're kind of local, but they're kind of imposed by the state so that they can kind of circumvent our taxpayer Bill of Rights, so we can create this whole mess of a tax thing where people are overtaxed, but they don't really have any representation in that area. And so we can end up here where the people are bleeding and hemorrhaging money into an incredibly inefficient bureaucracy. Well, that's spelled B-U-R-R-O. But what this bill does, and instead of local governments, it is taking local governments and referring to local governments that are actually taxing jurisdictions. Now, if you look up the different taxing jurisdictions, they all have different maps. And a lot of them are aligned by counties, not all of them are. But you have school districts, you have water districts, you have fire districts, you have you have, I don't even know how many districts we have. So when you say local government with this bill, what you're doing is you're saying, so you would have so bottom line, what is this bill? This bill is to avoid having any tax relief take effect for the citizens of Colorado. It's 100% what it's for. It's to avoid any potential tax relief by the citizens of Colorado by effectively putting it in the hands of all of the various taxing jurisdictions that have overlapping boundaries. So with a little bit more time, I think it would be really interesting to overlay all of those boundaries, county boundaries, municipality boundaries, not just county, but county and city, municipality, fire, water, and any other districts that are created. I think there would actually be hundreds of these little sub-jurisdictions, little fiefdoms, that would be made up of various parts. It would just kind of be and instead of having a coherent constitution, which is not always coherent based on what goes into it, but you would have this incoherent mush of overlapping areas. Some areas, 2 different school districts might do something different, but their fire district is the same. But then the one school district might have 2 different fire districts. I don't even know how this would work, but you would literally, I think you would literally have hundreds of little fiefdoms. And what are you talking about? A lot of these these ballot measures, they are ultimately constitutional in nature. So then you would have a constitutional provision that the state of Colorado did the whole thing, do a ballot initiative. Of course, then you could hardly have a ballot initiative because it would take effect differently in every place. And then you would have the ability of every single taxing jurisdiction able to basically negate it and then require a vote of the people. Hundreds of special elections that ebb and flow on these, I don't know, how permanent are these boundaries? I mean, we just talk about these districts. We don't really deal with them. But hundreds of small little fiefdoms across Colorado that could effectively have their own constitution. Because if one of those fiefdoms negates a constitutional amendment, now they have a new constitution. And that constitution, well, that one little ballot initiative might affect a lot of different laws. And now we have this growing list of CRSs in the back that grows about 1 book a year, I think, or 1 book every couple of years. So probably, I'd say 1 book a session, so 1,000 pages of law per session that we're growing. And now we're going to have to figure out how that works across all of the fiefdoms of Colorado. So I'm not really sure if the sponsors have thought about all of this, other than the fact of trying to negate any potential tax relief for the citizens of Colorado. Any. By just putting anything into this, it's the equivalent for the citizens of Colorado to keep track of this is going to be the equivalent of learning how to unscramble eggs. There's no way we're going to be able to keep up with all of the permutations of these fiefdoms. So it's a move to cleverly avoid allowing tax relief of any way, shape, or form to the citizens of Colorado. It's what it is. And maybe it'll do that, but it is going to create a huge constitutional mess. So we could deal, again, I gave the opportunity that we could have just cut 1/40, 2.5% out of their tax, and we could have given the citizens the same level of tax relief that we're talking about, and not tapped into, not imposed at all or as much onto the local governments. So these are a matter of priorities. These are a matter of your priorities. Don't say that we're cutting fire when you fail to prioritize fire. Don't say that we don't prioritize teachers when you fail to prioritize teachers. Your priorities are funded prior to everything else. They're not at the last minute. Again, the teachers in the fire districts, you should be offended that you're left on the table to be used as a lever against your neighbors to extract more money out of the pockets of Coloradans. And again, we could solve all of these problems by getting over our climate superstitions, but what instead we're doing is we're creating a hodgepodge out of our Constitution to avoid allowing any citizens any relief on taxes. This is just another layer of perverse on top of a very extraordinary session.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
Members, I rise in support of House Concurrent Resolution 1001. I think going back to everything about why we're even here, I believe firmly that there should absolutely be local control over local taxation. Why should I, as an Adams County voter, have any say over how property taxes should be determined in Douglas County or in El Paso County or in Denver County or in Park County? I should have no say over that. Individual counties should be the only ones, individual districts should be the only ones that actually determine how their local taxes are determined, their rates, whether they go up, they go down. That should not be something of actual statewide concern. With this concurrent resolution is it puts local control back in the hands of our local communities and our local districts. This is actually a quite simple process. It's a very simple concept. And if we firmly believe in local control, then this is an easy yes vote. If you do not believe in local control, then I imagine your name will be green. But I imagine your name will be red, but I hope that everyone votes yes to make sure that local control over local taxes exists. Thank you.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I agree. Taxes should be local. The rates should be set at the local level. The state should get out of it. It hasn't done a good job with it. But I rise against this bill because this bill is redundant and unnecessary. As my colleague from Penrose spoke about yesterday, when taxes go up or if there's an initiative for taxes to go down, each individual taxing district has the ability to raise or lower mill levies, to go for debrucing. Most of them can provide sales tax. In fact, we just allowed a new one to provide or to ask for sales tax and for impact fees. So this bill would do that same thing but make it more confusing. This bill would allow districts to opt out, but that already exists in the sense that you can vote in your district to do what you need to do in your taxing district to adjust as needed, do a mill levy override. And what is this going to look like? This bill is going to be a disservice to the voters. Because if a state initiative passes in November, if it was to be in November to lower the property tax, then on the municipal level and some special district level, in April, you're going to get that same question from your local district, and then maybe again in November, get it from your school district or another district. You'll have this question up to 7 times if your local districts want to opt out of this. So you're going to be asked on the ballot, on a ballot initiative, that you might want to lower a tax. And then every district in your area is going to ask you the same question, but to answer the opposite. Is this really what we want to do to voters? Continue to ask the same question? Let's make it even more confusing. Let's ask to opt out of a state initiative and opt in to a mill levy override. Therefore, the voters don't know that that's going to equal double the taxation. This bill is a bad idea, and I ask that you vote against it. Thank you.
Representative Frizzell.
And thank you to my good friend from Monument for not raising the podium. Members, I rise in opposition of this bill. You know, I think I mentioned when I was up here with House Bill 1001 that, you know, we've had these conversations with local governments about, you know, if you need more money to provide the services for your citizens, for your constituents, you need to go to the ballot. Ask them for the additional funding. It's that mechanism already exists. And so I think I relayed to you that one of the responses that I got was, we don't want to do that because it's too expensive and we might lose. So I'm not understanding this. This is very confusing. This bill confuses me because locals are already saying that taking a vote on mill levy increases is burdensome and fraught with peril from their experience. So how is this actually going to work? I'm very confused by that. And I would like to point out that as of today, on DOLA's website at any rate, there are 4,794 active local governments in the state of Colorado. An impressive number, to be sure. 4,794. And I don't know if you've had the chance to talk to anybody who comes from back east, or if you're from the East Coast, but folks from back east are always astounded. They are shocked by the number of local government entities that we have here in the state of Colorado. Well, welcome to the Wild, Wild West, folks, because here in Colorado, we love our local governments. We take great pride in being able to reach out and touch the people who provide services to us, to have that contact. There are those who espouse in the state of Colorado that the best government is indeed local. So I don't disagree with the premise that tax decisions should be made locally, but my problem is they already can. And in fact, this particular piece of legislation begins to erode the uniformity clause by which we have to do business. I had suggested, as part of the Property Tax Commission, that we look into regional or economic tiers of assessment rates so that we can appropriately address the unique economic conditions that affect all around that are all around the state. Yuma is not Denver, and Castle Rock is not Durango. They are very different places with very different needs and very different local governments. And I was told, nope, can't do that. It violates the uniformity clause. This does too. Further, one thing that concerns me about this particular bill that I do love and embrace about 1001 is that there is specific ballot language provided so that there's no smoke and mirrors when asking citizens about making some changes to the taxes that they pay. I really like that. That does not exist here in this bill. We were called to this body, we were called to this very super duper special session to talk about property tax relief. That is not what this is. I would ask for a no vote on this bill, and if nothing else, let's bring this during regular session, let's appropriately vet it, let's appropriately stakeholder it, let's talk to the players and see if this is really the answer that we are looking for. Now is not the time. We need to stay focused on property tax relief for all of our citizens in the state of Colorado. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff, you have 2 minutes and 31 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Speaker. All right, there's a little discussion whether it's fiefdom or fiefdom. Either works, but either way, Rep. Bottoms is wrong. So anyways, if this was about local government, you would not need a paragraph describing what local government means. If we have 4,794, we could round that to 4,800 local governments, and then we slap on school districts, other taxing jurisdictions, local governments, and then we have, should there be an amendment to Colorado Constitution requiring a statewide initiative that impacts local government. So if one of these little fiefdoms or fiefdoms says yes and the other says no to the Constitution, and they're the ultimate arbiter of what happens in that little small boundary, and I think I'm going to self-identify as a tax jurisdiction of one, so we could all do that, and then we could just get this down to the individual level and start recognizing that the individual is who we are supposed to be working for. So at this point forward, I identify self-identify as a tax jurisdiction of one. You all have to recognize that, and so I will now be able to have the ability to vote on what taxes affect me constitutionally. So I can see where this could be an advantage. But if we're looking at good governance, I'd say no.
Representative Weissman.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I'll try to clear a few things up and then just provide a little bit of context about why we're even talking about this and where it comes from. We did have a good discussion in committee the other day. We weren't all there, so I want to put some things on the record here as well. The governor's executive order that brought us here was concerning property tax in and after the year 2025. I believe this question that we might put to the voters, if enough of us agree to do so, is absolutely about that. Concerning the property tax reduction matter, we are here in the shadow of a certain set of measures. Right now, under our law, an organization could very well have gone to the ballot with a measure, I used this example in committee the other day, to increase the commercial assessment ratio to 50%. Not saying that's a good idea, but you could write that measure. It would take somebody 30 minutes to write that measure. Now that's a big tax increase. So then in that context, talking about this local control question is very much about tax reduction, if that is your goal. I want to emphasize I am not coming to this matter casually. Benefit of hindsight, we've sort of been talking about property taxes all of my 8 years in the House. As it happens, all the way back in 2017, and there's only a few of us left here from that class, that happened to be the first year in 14 years when it was necessary by statute to lower the residential assessment rate pursuant to the intersection of then-in-law Gallagher and what had happened with DPT's calculation of residential and non-residential. You could argue that fact is what started getting us here. It's been observed that local governments can already vote on their property taxes, and that's true, and nothing we're doing here changes that. The problem is those votes can get overridden. You might be a district that voted to generate a bit more revenue for your schools or for your ambulance service, and then something statewide comes over top of that and takes that revenue away. Or maybe you're a district that voted to reduce taxation and accept less services. And then I just gave the example, there could be a statewide measure to push that the other way. So the question that we are here to consider is, do we want to really have full effect for those local questions? It was stated that this would violate the uniformity clause. Respectfully, I do disagree. It is possible right now, the uniformity clause being in the Constitution, for us to pass a statute that would violate that, because constitutional text always controls. If we send this to the voters and the voters agree to put this in the Constitution, then you are going to read the two provisions in harmony with each other, because ultimately both voter ratified. By analogy, the first part of our federal Constitution vests certain powers in Congress. The 10th Amendment reserves powers to the states. That tension, that figuring out that line, is an interesting part of our law to this day. But at the end of the day, this is not about my history or any of our histories. It's about all of the local governments that are property tax dependent in our state. And honestly, it's not even most fundamentally about my counties. I represent Adams and Arapahoe counties, or parts of them. Those counties and all the districts within them are impacted when we come in here and do things like we're doing, or when ballot measures are proposed out there to set forth what they would do. But the two counties that I serve are relatively fast growing. They have mixed tax bases. They have some ag, they have some residential. Arapahoe has some commercial in DTC. When there's a sneeze here, or when there's a sneeze on the ballot, they're going to get a cold, but they have enough of an immune system to throw off the cold. Districts like, for example, Mr. Assistant Minority Leader, your district is very different. I know, because I've spent years talking about these issues here, that districts like that are impacted worse. We are state representatives, emphasis on both. Yes, we represent our district, and we have to bear in mind state concerns. It is really the state, even more than the representative, that motivates me to bring this measure and encourage us to put it before the people. So where does this come from? I didn't cook this up. This idea has been talked about for years and years and years in circles of those most impacted by property taxation and property revenue. For example, the Special District Association, one of the organizations I've been talking to most here. This question has gone to the title board. It's not gone all the way to the ballot, but it's been put to the title board repeatedly in different cycles. That's the degree of interest. I thought it was important to bring it into this building, to elevate it to all of us here as policymakers, to give folks some idea of who all I talk to, because we talk about, did you stay cold? I talk to everybody I believe to be interested in questions of property taxation, or who levies one. Just because, yes, a local government is a property taxing jurisdiction. They're the same thing most of the time. SDA, CCI, Colorado Mountain College, CML, Counties and Commissioners Acting Together, Club 20, Progressive 15, Action 22, others. I'm not going to try to get into their positions. A number of them testified in support in committee the other day, because as I analogized yesterday on second reading, they're not just interested, they're committed. It was said in the prior debate, we are a state of significant economic diversity. I very much appreciate that and believe that to be true. That is why I bring this here, because statewide resolution of these consequential questions works different impacts across the spectrum of that economic diversity. I would go so far as to say that recognition of, acknowledgement of, and protection of the economic diversity of the state is a foundational premise of why I'm even doing this. Now, we also heard in the previous discussion, maybe there will be other ideas. We should do this now, but there will be other ideas in the future. This is one of those ideas. Again, it did not start Monday when the bill read over. It started years ago. I hope it continues for as many years as it takes to get some version of it done. So perhaps, if you will, the future is now. But ultimately, because this is a referred measure, the question is not, do we think this is the right thing? The question is, should we let the people weigh in and have their say? And see if they want, as was stated before by, I think it was Madam Assistant Majority Leader, our state has evolved. Do people want to speak to our constitutional text in acknowledgement of that evolution in order to keep questions of local property taxation truly local? I'm urging us to give the people that chance. I'm urging us to vote yes. and at the very least, send this matter over to the other chamber where they can continue the discussion. Thank you.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to the bill sponsor. I really think this type of policy should be extended to everything. Let the local governments decide what they want for themselves. Could you imagine a world? I can. But the state legislature giveth with the governor's pen, and the state legislature taketh away with the governor's pen. Let's look at a few examples as we try to have it both ways, and I find it very curious, particularly with the bill sponsor on this bill. I have sat here for half a decade, but this last session I really was most intrigued by this new acronym called an ADU. And how we decided as a legislative body to say, oh no, local government, you can't decide your housing decisions. You can't decide how you're going to develop your communities and how you're going to build and solve your housing issues for yourself. We're going to tell you how to do it. Now, is that local control as we sit here and pontificate and postulate and plea for local control in property taxation? Some might say, well, isn't that hypocritical? Because on one hand you giveth, and on the other hand you taketh away. Local control. The county commissioners clamored and pleaded and cried for respect last session to be listened to and allowed to have the privilege of local control. But many in this chamber did not listen because the state legislature giveth and it taketh away, and it is doing it now. Let's talk about other issues. Marijuana. The local control now, you can vote it in, you can vote it out. Or can you? Speak up. No, we're not doing that. Let's stay professional, colleagues, on my side of the aisle. This is a very serious decision we make on a very serious resolution that the sponsor has brought forth with the great earnest and desire to protect the 4,000 plus taxing entities in this state. Because with the ballot initiatives, the people say, no, you can't have more of our money. We're taking it back. We're not giving it to you. And then everybody has devastation and doomsday prophecies about how tightening their belts is going to stop all their plans and grand designs for providing those services that they so want to provide at such high levels. I had a colleague of mine who I've served with now for many years, and I greatly respect most days, from the Western Slope. And he spoke to the fact that if we're going to let local control decide, let the local control and local decisions be made in wildlife management decisions. Because we don't want apex predators in our backyard hunting us, haunting us, disturbing our livelihoods, and taking away our First Amendment rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Because when you take life away and you make life less happy by taking life away that you care about, and yes, that's four-legged, not two-legged. I speak specifically of cattle.
Representative
You infringe
Holtorf.
upon the pursuit of happiness. Yes, Madam Speaker.
It wouldn't be fitting for me not to say hello on
Thank
one
you.
of your final moments at the well.
Thank you, ma'am.
And just remind you to stay on the bill at hand. Thank you.
And Madam Speaker, I do appreciate your leadership.
I appreciate
Every day.
you every day, Rep. Holtorf.
So as we continue to talk about, policy and public policy, ballot initiatives are good in one case, but we shouldn't do them in another case. And I did hear that during this extraordinary special session, that we should not have ballot initiatives. The citizens shouldn't have that privilege, which I reject. So this is very interesting to me. I'm very curious how on one hand, you can say local control. We must have the people decide. But then in so many pieces of legislation over the last specifically 3 years in this body, we have continued to taketh away from local control. Please think about that a little bit as you vote, because can you have it both ways? And are you being honest and genuine and sincere with yourselves and those that you purport to represent when you do in fact giveth and you taketh away based on your own policy desires and your outcomes that you have or expect or you want? I will end with that. And I'm still very curious and concerned, but I 100% will not be voting for this bill as it's presented today, unless it is amended and it says the local government can make all those decisions to respect local control, all of them. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Concurrent Resolution 1001. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. As a reminder, this is a House concurrent resolution which requires 2/3 vote or 44 yes votes in order to pass. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ricks votes yes. Representative Martinez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Martinez votes yes. Representative English, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative English votes yes. Representative Herod, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Herod votes yes. Epps, Joseph, and Marshall, please vote. Please close the machine. With 44 aye, 19 no, and 2 excused, House Concurrent Resolution 1001 passes. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Members, I'd ask for your attention for just a moment. Madam Majority Leader, are you going to talk about today and tomorrow? Members, in a few minutes, I believe our Majority Leader will be making a motion to adjourn for the day. There is work going on the Senate throughout the day. We'll be monitoring that closely. will be communicating with you about what our activities will be tomorrow. So please watch for those messages later today. I think that is enough. If you have any questions, be sure to see either myself, the Majority Leader, or the Minority Leader. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the House adjourn until 10 a.m. Thursday, August 29th, 2024.
Seeing no objection, the House is adjourned. Members, seeing no objection except from staff because they love being here, the House is adjourned until 10 a.m. Thursday, August 29th, 2024.